Now, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. What's up, everybody? Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. Busy show today. Eagles, Cowboys getting ready for this. Should we be on high alert with this Cowboys team? You know, the Eagles haven't won in Dallas for about 6 tries. Jalen Hurts has never won there. Should we be taking a close the LA finally out there. Show, we've got a whole bunch here on the Sports Bash. I want to try to get your guys' thoughts on a bunch of things out there. We were in the show, but we asked you, what's the disconnect with Nick at today? Because we talked today. These '65, and I'm on every Wednesday, and we were talking about the decision that really ended up the multiple decisions, I should say, that ended up being discussed. And, you know, I don't like the decisions. It's not the way that I would recommend coaching the game. But what I try to tell people is, listen, don't be as mad at Nick as that's the organization's philosophy. They want an aggressive coach. They want an aggressive play caller. They want an aggressive everything. That's who they want to be. If you come to terms with that, if you have an outer body experience and come to terms with that, are you okay with the organization saying, listen, this is who we want to be, and therefore it's I don't think I don't believe you as the fans want this to be who the Eagles are. I don't think you as the fans want them to be, I don't know, are they aggressive or are they reckless? What's the word? I'm not sure. Jeff in Ocean City says, I feel like Nick acts like a clown and his act is now over. New leader needed for 2025. Is it okay? So, Jeff, and I'm not, that's your opinion. I'm not disputing that. My question for you would be, is it just you don't like the way he acts or you don't think he's a good coach? Like, do you just not like what he says, his body language, the way his face looks? Is he a hate the face? You don't like his hair? Like, what is it? I mean, the guy's won. Do we not believe in him as a winner? Do we not think Nick Sirianni, he's 40-19. Do we look at that side eye and say, I don't know how the hell this guy's 40-19? Or do we say, this guy's 40-19, he's a pretty damn good coach? Because there's a lot of coaches out there. And I can tell you this, there's a lot of teams that wish their coach was 40-19. There's a lot of coaches out there that maybe you deem to be better than the coach you have, but their record's not 40-19. Why is that? Why is that? There's a lot of coaches out there that are 40-19 or less than 40-19 and haven't been to a Super Bowl or been to the playoffs 3 straight years. Now, listen, I do understand, like James Franklin at Penn State is thought of, to be a guy who can't win the big game. Is that Nick Sirianni for you? Because I don't think that's what people think. I don't think people think, oh, Nick's really, really good. He just can't win the big one. I don't think that's what people think out there. I think the people who don't like Nick just don't think he's very good at his job. Not, man, this guy's pretty good, but I just don't think he can win the big game. Because I think if James Franklin's been given chance after chance after chance after chance, he is showing that this is a shortcoming for him and his program. Is they'll play Ohio State, and they lose. He gets a 10-0 lead against Ohio State this weekend at home, and he loses. So I think the narrative on James Franklin is fair. He's a good recruiter. He's built a great program, but they are not an elite program. They are one of the very, very goods, not the elites. Is Nick Sirianni a very, very good? Is he an elite? I think people just look at Nick and say he's in the way. That's what's confounding to me. So where do you guys sit on it? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. What is the disconnect that the fan base is having with Nick Sirianni? And is there anything he can do outside of winning a Super Bowl that might change your take and view of him? Because for me, I don't see how, if Nick doesn't win a Super Bowl, how anybody's going to change their opinion of this guy. The guy's won. It's just that you don't like how he's winning. I mean, this is like, it's like the Jeffrey Lurie thing. You won the game, but I wanted you to throw to win the game. I didn't want you to run the ball to win the game. I want you to throw to win the game. It's like a baseball team that the fan says, I want my team to be a small ball, stolen base style of team, and they're hitting home runs and striking out a lot, but they're still winning. But you're saying, I don't like the way you're winning. I don't want my team to be a home run strikeout team. I want my team to be a small ball, bunt, and steal type of team. Like both teams won 95 games. You just prefer one style over the other. Is one team better than the other? I don't know. 609-403-0973. A couple text messages coming in.
I think the greatest sentiment that I've seen, Mike, consistently is that it's not that people actually can come up with a reason why Nick is not a good at his job. It's that they always point to the optics. They always point to his body language, his attitude, his weird interactions on the sidelines. But no one ever points to, hey, Nick Sirianni is really bad at this, and it be a tangible reason why they lose games.
Well, and you're right. I don't think people say that Nick is bad at this. They just say he's costing them. And right. I don't know. In other words, whoever you want to put in that head coaching spot. Now, you would say Bill Belichick. That's why Bill Belichick's not the head coach of this team. Because Bill Belichick wouldn't get on board with the organization's philosophy, right? He wouldn't say, 4th down and 3 at the 22, we're going to go for it. Bill Belichick would say 4th down and 3 at the 22, we're going to kick a field goal and get some points here.
Right. It goes back to when you had Michael Lombardi on with you, I think it was back at the Super Bowl at Radio Row, he mentioned the comment about how he said, in order for an organization like the Eagles to hire a guy like Bill Belichick, you have to change your organizational philosophy.
Yeah. Mike in the Villa says, please tell me, Mike, why you think this is even a proper question. Well, okay, let's start with that. Mike, why is it a proper question? The man is 40-19. He's been to the playoffs 3 years in a row. He went to a Super Bowl. You don't think it's a proper question for me to be scratching my head a little bit as to why there seems to be a disconnect with the coach who's 40-19 in his career? He's got the highest winning percentage in the NFL. And you're asking, how is this a proper question? He says, I know you like Nick. I don't even know that I do like Nick, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that I'm like a big Nick Sirianni fan. What I'm saying is, and you say, Mike in the Villas goes on to say, let me ask you, if he lost last week because of his horrible decision-making, would you still like him? He's horrible. Mike, here is what you are losing sight of. Okay? I don't know how old you are, Mike. I'm going to take a guess. Okay? He's horrible. He's 40-19. That's not horrible. By definition, here is what I am telling you, and you don't want to listen. See, this is the disconnect. Listen with the information. It's not his horrible decision-making. That's the insert other coach, and they are making the same decision because that is what the organization wants. That is their philosophy. Nick Sirianni, you sit down and I'm going for it because I'm aggressive. And they say, you're hired. Now, Mike, if he says, I'm kicking a field goal there's a good chance that the organization says, not the guy for us.
Thanks for the interview.
Thanks for the interview. So, Mike, you are saying he's horrible, but you're not taking in the facts. But I still like it's whoever the coach is. Doug Peterson is not here basically because he went against the organization's philosophy. He won a Super Bowl by being aggressive, going for it on 4th down, being uber aggressive. And then he wasn't. And the team suffered. And then the disconnect came in. And the team said, Doug, you gotta go this way. And Doug's like, I don't want to go that way. And they said, okay, then we'll see you later. So, Mike, you're saying he lost because of his horrible decision-making. No, not because of his horrible decision-making. He lost because the organization wants him and whoever the coach is to follow the analytics. You say he's horrible. Mike, if I said to you, hey, Mike in the Villas, you're coaching a team, and you are 40-19, and the parents say you're coaching a junior football league team. Mike in the Villas is the coach, and you're 40-19, and all the parents are complaining. This guy, Mike, stinks. And you would say, I'm 40-19. These parents are out of their minds. That's what's going on right now. You have a guy who's 40-19, and you're 40-19, and it's like the parent who's complains when their kid's not playing on every single game. I'm playing the wrong people? Mike, now, agree with the organization's philosophy.
And really quick, before you get back to the text board, Mike, I just want to say, whether you or me or anyone likes Sirianni, has no consequence or effect on what the win-loss record is. You can say, Mike, maybe Nick Sirianni did something wrong to you.
I don't know. Listen, I don't have it in me to say a guy who's 40-19 is horrible. I can't. To me, that would be insanity. That would be an ignorance of epic proportions for someone to say a man who's 40-19 is horrible at his job. You might say, listen, they're 40-19. I don't really like the way they do it, but I have to give them credit. Okay, fine. It's not your style, but to say it's horrible, that's ignorance at its at its top level. That's just hating someone just to hate.
Right. That is just saying, I don't like the guy no matter what he does. He stinks.
Mike, because Sirianni never played in the NFL, unlike Dan Campbell of Detroit, who was also an aggressive play caller. Sometimes this tough guy, macho, rubs people the wrong way. Philly's a tough town, and a lot of fans don't think it's an authentic, macho, tough guy. Listen, if Dan Campbell was the coach of the Eagles on Sunday, they would have done probably the same exact things. They would have kicked no field goals, and they would have gone for two probably every single time. The only one that I wonder, it was 22-16. They could have kicked the 48-yard field goal. It was 4th down and inches, and I'm not even sure about that. I think that Dan Campbell probably would have gone for it there.
Also, having played in the NFL or not is one of the most outdated points in the world. Like, can we name, outside of Dan Campbell, can anyone name, Kevin O'Connell. Outside of Dan Campbell and Kevin O'Connell and DeMeco Ryans, there's 3 head coaches in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's not very many great coaches in the world of football that were.
Having played in the NFL has no consequence on your effectiveness as a head coach.
John in Tuckerton says, I guess it's optics. I feel better if Nick held a clipboard and looked engaged. Held a clipboard like the Waterboy coach?
Right. Like just to hold it for the sake of holding it?
Do they still hold like the old brown clipboard with like the
does he want him to grab a McDonald's menu and just hold it in front of him the whole game?
John, I mean, I don't know. I get you want a head coach. He says his decisions seem like he's unattached to what's going on the field. No, John, he's making the decisions based on listen, it's a frustrating conversation for people because fans don't like that analytics make these decisions. Heck, I don't like that analytics make these decisions. But if I just keep not liking it, I'm going to be a miserable SOB. So I either conform and evolve. What is it? Evolve or perish.
Right, evolve or perish. Right.
Right? If I don't evolve my thinking, I'm just going to be miserable yelling at it all the time. I don't like analytics. They have a place, but I don't like teams that just strictly go off of it. But Nick Sirianni is in a spot where he has this job because the organization and him are on the same page.
Right.
And if Nick wasn't on the same page, he wouldn't be here. Phyllis says, I don't really like his decisions. I'm having a heart attack during the game, but we're winning. The players like him, and there is worse like Chip Kelly. Well, Phyllis, there's a lot worse like other coaches currently in the league who aren't 40-19.
But she makes a good point that, she's saying, look, as a fan watching, it's affecting me this way. But she's saying, I also understand that the player is winning. So she's trying to differentiate her own feelings from what's actually happening.
Yeah, and of course, look, and people are trying to act like these guys are right 100% of the time. Jeff says you have to look at the entire picture. You have a 10-point lead at halftime in the Super Bowl. You decided to punt in the half. Jeff, don't you think that them punting in that situation, possibly they look back at and regret and say, we'll never do that again? Seeing right now, you have to say they punt it in a situation that maybe they got a little in that game. Listen, the analytic portion of it is what bothers me is you don't know the rhyme or reason of why they do it. I go back to the Monday Night Football game against the Buccaneers this year. It was 4th down and whatever, and you're saying take the field goal, kick the points, and they went for it. And Aikman, right on the game, said, oh, the analytics say go. And they put a graphic on the screen that had a green light that said,
Falcons game.
Falcons game. The analytics say go.
Yeah, and it was almost like an ongoing joke during the broadcast on Monday Night Football. They kept bringing up what the analytics say, and Aikman would be like, Well, it's green, so that means you go for it. Basically him saying, look, I'm telling you what the reason why they're doing it. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, this is a text message. It's okay to be aggressive, but it seems like Nick is being stupid aggressive. By that, you don't need to go for 2 when you don't have to all the time. I agree with that. I agree that sometimes, but you don't know what he is and the organization. In other words, to this text message, he didn't leave his name, but most NFL teams, if not all of them, if they are going to kick the extra point, and there is a penalty on that play. In other words, they kick the extra point, it's good, but there's a flag. Almost every single team is going to say, we're going to take the point off the board, we're going to put the ball on the 1-yard line, and we're going to go for it.
Correct.
That is an organizational philosophy more than it is Nick Sirianni saying, I'm going to be stupid aggressive here. That's what we've talked about. That's what we've decided on, and that's who we are. The ball is on the 1. We feel like we can get that 1 yard and get an extra point, and we're going to take it. Now, I agree. Say, you know what, let's just take the point. The point's more important than the potential of not getting that, but that's the problem. They don't think about the potential of not
headset and what is the conversation being had in those moments, because we don't know what those conversations are like. When Sirianni is having these animated conversations seemingly to no one, but whoever it is, obviously the team is having a conversation in the moment about these things.
Yeah.
And we're not privy to all of those back and forth details.
Correct. Again, Mike in the Villas is texting up a storm here. Mike, I can't reason with you because you don't want to expand your thought process. You want to just say the coach is the problem without possibly acknowledging that, you know what, if that's the way the coach has to coach the game, then I have to pull back on that a little bit and say, listen, why I don't agree with it, I don't like it, I understand better now that that's what not only Nick Sirianni, by the way, look at the Jaguars in that game. They had a chance to go for it, and they didn't, and it cost them the game.
And
their lack of aggression.
Right.
Doug Peterson was known for his aggression.
Exactly.
One of the problems that Doug has got into trouble in Jacksonville is he's not an aggressive coach. And they had a chance. Jacksonville, who's not the better team, they have a lesser roster, and their coach let them down. Doug Peterson let them down because he was passive.
And in the NFL today, it's the team that's passive that typically loses. Look what happened to the Bucs on Monday against the Chiefs.
Right, like if Dan Campbell is the coach of the Eagles, Mike in the Villas, if Dan Campbell is coaching that game on Sunday, he is basically calling to go for 2. They're going for it on 4th down. And it cost the Lions last year, by the way. It cost the Lions in that playoff game. Their aggression cost them, but it's also why they were there. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I know, listen, I'm not telling you you're wrong. You're just going to have a really hard time watching football if you cannot come to terms that this is not all the head coach. I know whenever you were taught the game, we never thought that the general manager and the owner had say on all this stuff, but that's the way it is, man. That's the way it is. You might not want to come to terms with it, but I'm telling you, man, same with baseball. We battle about Rob Thompson and a lot of the stuff that these baseball teams do. It's not the manager. It's the organization. That's the way they want things done. It sucks. I know. I agree with you on that, Mike in the Villas. I agree that I don't like that this is what it's become, but sadly, that's the way of these sports leagues now. They are so micromanaged by the general managers and the owners and all these analytic people that they have more power than the head coach does. Sad, but true. Mike in the Villas, that I can agree with you on. Coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. We'll get into the conversation with us here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live streaming video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention, which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, celebrating football season with special new menu items. The Kelsey Combo, created by number 62 himself, a handcrafted barbecue burger, world-famous crab fries, and an ice-cold garage beer. Our incredible jumbo soft pretzel, Chicky style, with a heaping skillet of our own in-house crab dip, and our delectable sweet heat wings, where a portion of the proceeds go to the A.J. Brown Foundation. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Our new menu includes our boneless wing special every Monday. Buy a single order of our mouth-watering boneless wings and get a snack order of boneless wings free. Every Tuesday and Wednesday, it's buy one, get one free snows. Buy any number of delectable snow crab legs and get the same amount free. Plus the Kelsey Combo, tasty buffalo fried shrimp, seafood pasta in our famous Sicilian or red sauce. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, to your nearest AutoZone or
This is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit, because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's a is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
2:32 Sports Bash. What's the disconnect with Nick Sirianni? A lot of reaction on the text board, 609-403-0973. Another chance for you to qualify for 99 Growlers this year at Mudhen is coming up on the Sports Bash. We'll have that coming up in just a little bit. And I got people on the text board basically saying that the Lions aren't any good because of the way they coach the game. Listen, I don't know what to tell you there. If you don't like the Lions and the way they're doing things, the Lions got to that game because they are an aggressive football team. The Lions are blowing teams out because they're an aggressive football team. The difference between them and the Eagles right now, in certain aspects, when they're aggressive, they are executing. The Eagles, their problem is sometimes they go for it on fourth down and they're not executing it. So the result of it is what you saw on Sunday. The Lions are going for it on fourth down and they're making it, and then the next thing you know, they're blowing these teams out. If the Eagles were converting, you wouldn't have a problem with it. And the Lions are going to continue to do it. And teams like the Packers and Kansas City and all of these teams that are Super Bowl contending good, they are going to continue to do that. You don't have to like it. I don't have to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way that they think. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and you can watch the show live on the X platform and YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here. Mike, what is the disconnect with Nick Sirianni?
Just seems a little off this year, basically, and is not connecting with the average sort of fan or what the average fan wants. And it seems like it's every week it's something with him, right? It's yelling with the fans after the Cleveland game. Even when they win on Sunday, it's a decision to go for twos. It's going back to last year, it's some of the antics on the sidelines. I mean, sometimes you'd like your head coach to be seen and not heard, right? It seems like every week Nick Sirianni manages to put himself in a situation where he becomes a topic for discussion even when the team wins. And when you're a topic for discussion when the team wins, what's going to happen when the team loses? And I do think some of this is a hangover from last season's collapse. I think people have kind of lost faith in Sirianni, and we're kind of seeing that manifested now with the questioning of him, even when the team wins.
Yeah, I feel like there's a big disconnect in that, and there's also this disconnect, and I want to get your thoughts on this. You know, he is overly aggressive sometimes, and his thing is, that's who we are, we're not going to change. That's who the organization wants him to be aggressive. That's what they want, because if he's not, he has to answer to them. If he doesn't stay aggressive, in the end, they're going to say, you're not the guy that we want for this job. So is this like the analytics of this game, which this is the problem a lot of fans have. They don't like analytics, so they don't want to basically like succumb to analytics. So they blame the coach here. But is this a situation of that's the organization's philosophy? They want them to be an aggressive team. You see Detroit's like that. You know, when somebody said, hey, Dan Campbell should have been fired for the way he coached that game in the NFC Championship game. No, he doesn't get fired because the organization says, we want you to be aggressive. Is that what we're seeing with a lot of these teams and the analytics, and that is the disconnect with the fans?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, right? And you brought up the game I was going to mention. Everybody loves Detroit now when they're going for it on fourth down and they're scoring a lot of points. People didn't love Detroit on the Monday after last year's NFC title game when, Dan Campbell maybe should have kicked a couple of field goals or attempted a couple of field goals and didn't, and they ended up losing and not going to the Super Bowl. But you're exactly right. This is the organization's philosophy. This is how these organizations have laid it out. This is how they want to play football. And I think a lot of times what people don't understand nowadays is head coaches, we're used to them being the heads of the organization, right? Bill Parcells, Vince Lombardi, Bill Walsh. These guys were the unquestioned. Belichick. These guys were the unquestioned numero uno, number one guys in their organization. The truth is today, in baseball, in football, in basketball, the head coach is middle management almost. And people are dictating to him how he's going to play. And if he doesn't make those decisions, he's going to be out and another guy's going to be in. And guess what? He's going to make the – I go to the Phillies, Mike. Rob Thompson manages exactly like Joe Girardi did. And just exactly like Abe Kapler did. The difference is able to handle personalities in the clubhouse and better able to communicate with the media so he gets the benefit of the doubt because he's a better people person. Rob Thompson's decisions are exactly what Girardi, exactly what Kapler does. So you might be mad with Nick Sirianni now, but if Nick Sirianni's out there, the next guy is doing the exact same thing because that's the way the Philadelphia Eagles want to play football.
Right. That's the big thing. People say Nick is in the way. He's horrible. He's killing this team. And I'm saying, and maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've been told by plenty enough people that I'm not wrong, but hey, I could be wrong. That listen, if Nick's and he says I'm kicking a field goal, they're going to interview the next guy until they find the guy that says I'm going for it there. And they say, Nick, that's what we want. You're hired. And yeah. I think people have a hard time, and I'm not saying I totally understand it because I think a lot of us who watched the game in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, that wasn't the way we learned it, so we have it in our minds that what he is doing is wrong and that he's holding the team back and he's hurting them. But I think this is more of the organization's philosophy, and we have to come to terms with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to change almost the way we watch football games, which in my case, I've been watching football games. I've been watching the NFL for 50-something years. So changing my mind is a slow and torturous process on anything, basically. But you're right. I mean, how many times do we see in a 0-0 game? I've been trained since I was 5 years old. 0-0 game. 4th and 1 from the 1-yard line, kick the field goal, put 3 points on the board, get that 0 off the board. That's the way you play football. That's not the way you play football today. So when it doesn't happen, I question it. And then when it doesn't work, I'm in my glory because I can say, look, get off my lawn, kick the field goal. But we got to change the way we watch football today. You're exactly right. The game has changed. Decisions are changed. And it's not going backwards.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Because when I say, hey, Nick Sirianni, if he wins this weekend, he will be 41-19. That's a pretty good record. In fact, it's the best record of all coaches in the entire NFL. And yet here we are. I said I liken it to, the high school baseball coach or football coach that's 18-0 and the parents are complaining because their kid's not getting playing time, and he's like, I'm 18-0, and yet they're going around town telling everybody the coach stinks.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you look at the entire NFC today, I think we would agree that the Lions are probably ahead of everybody else with the way they played. Their performance last year, they're almost like taking that next step. A lot of times you see that team that loses in the conference title game take the next step. So maybe we're saying the Lions are a step ahead of everybody in the NFC. But take a look around the rest of the NFC. The Eagles are right there with anybody. I don't know if we're fully sold on the Commanders yet. I mean, for God's sakes, Arizona leads the Western Division. Does anybody fear the Atlanta Falcons? I mean, if Barkley catches a pass, the Eagles beat them. And even the teams in the North, the Eagles own a win over Green Bay. Minnesota's come back to earth. So if you want to tell me that the Lions are a step ahead of everybody in the NFC, but if you want to tell, I'll agree with you. But the Eagles are right there in a wide open conference. So sometimes I look around and say to myself, hey, as someone who keeps an eye on the New York Giants, boy, Eagles fans, sit back and take the W and just enjoy being in contention, for God's sake.
Let's look at this NFC right now, because you just mentioned they're going to play Dallas this weekend. They have a chance to get to 7-2. It sounds like you think the Lions are 1. In the hierarchy of the NFC, how are you stacking them right now? Top 3 to 5.
I'll go Lions 1. I'll go Commanders 2. They continue to impress me. Jaden Daniels, obviously, week in and week out. And I was impressed with what they did against the Giants last week. And it was almost like a workman-like performance for the Commanders. It was almost like, the Commander car is a Ferrari and they could drive at 100 miles an hour. Well, they only had to drive 70 miles an hour to beat the Giants, and that's what they did last weekend. And so then maybe you go the Vikings at number 3, but obviously there's questions there. And then I'd throw the Eagles right in there, and then you have the Falcons right there too. So, the Eagles are right there. There's no super teams. And even when you put the Detroit Lions at number 1, their offense is pretty good, but I think their defense, who knows? So obviously there's an opportunity here. I really say the conference is kind of wide open a little bit. A slight edge to the Lions, but they're certainly not, in my mind, they're certainly beatable.
All right, Mike. Joel Embiid suspended for 3 games. This whole situation is bizarre because he's suspended for 3 games, but he hasn't played yet. Apparently, he is supposed to play, according to Shams Charania from ESPN. He will make his debut on Tuesday night against the Knicks. What is the message with this 3 games and how it has kind of been approached here?
Well, it's the NBA stepping in and taking care of their issue, right? You can make judgments what Marcus Hayes wrote any way you like. I think the Philadelphia Inquirer and Marcus made their judgment when they removed the references to Embiid's son and his late brother from the column. You would have liked this situation to have been resolved, sort of behind closed doors, where Marcus and Joel Embiid could have aired their differences and come to some sort of agreement one way or the other. But what you can't have is confrontations in locker rooms, and you definitely can't have, professional athletes, putting their hands on reporters or vice versa. You just can't have physical confrontation, in any part of society, right? So the 3-game suspension seems to be about right for me. I think when you look overall at the Sixers, they get Paul George back the other night. They play well against Phoenix. They look much better than they have the past couple of games. Nobody in the Eastern Conference is really taking off except for the Celtics and the Cleveland Cavaliers. So I think what the Philadelphia 76ers need more than anything is a couple of W's.
Yeah, I know it was a bizarre situation. I guess he was going to play tonight. He is out west with the team, so I guess he was going to play, maybe convince the league that, yes, he was going to play tonight, start the damn clock now, and we'll get him out there on Tuesday night. Just a bizarre situation what has happened there. And, of course, the Sixers out west tonight. You can listen to the Sixers and the Clippers on 97.3 ESPN. That coverage starts at 10 o'clock. You mentioned Commanders. I'll get a quick NFC East thought there on that Commanders. You said whether you believe in them or not, is it time that we start believing in them?
Well, I mean, I'm inclined to start more and more every week to believe in them. First of all, I love Jaden Daniels. I love the way they play. But then there's been a couple of games that kind of enhanced that. I love the way they played. Now, granted, Carolina isn't any good, but I thought the Commanders able to tune up Carolina with Marcus Mariota at quarterback. That to me says, okay, this isn't just the Jaden Daniels show. And I like the way they played the Giants. I thought they were just workmanlike against the Giants. Like they just had the game under control from the start, and they just kind of did what they had to do. So, yeah, I believe in the Commanders. And look, Mike, I always said to people, the Commanders and the Giants were drafting in the top 5 or the top 10 for so long. Just by law of averages, they have to get some good players. And all they needed was that quarterback to sort of come along and kind of put them over the top. The Commanders have gotten that in Jaden Daniels. And unfortunately for the Giants, Daniel Jones is looking to me more and more like a career backup guy. Like, to me, Daniel Jones, the guy could be in the NFL for like 20 years, but he's got to be a number 2 quarterback. He doesn't have to be a number 1. So the long answer there, yeah, I'm believing in the Commanders more and more. I guess you always in the back of mind you wonder, hey, can the rookie hold up? Can he continue to do it? Does the league adjust to him? But so far, so good for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders.
Yep, they're looking pretty good. And, of course, the Eagles will play Washington on Thursday night next week, which will be a battle for first place because, well, Washington has a tough game this week. It's going to be fun to see Washington and Pittsburgh. So we'll see what happens in that game. Maybe both teams, if Philadelphia wins and Washington loses, both teams would have 2 losses. That would make Philadelphia. Actually, Washington would have 3 losses, and they would be 7-3. If Philly wins, they would be 7-2. So they would actually move ahead of Washington in the NFC. We'll see that one, of course, on next Thursday. This week it is Eagles and Cowboys, and I would imagine we think the Cowboys are done.
Absolutely. I mean, the quarterback's out. They don't have that many good players to begin with. They were treading water in the first place. I think the Eagles can put them out of their misery this week.
All right, Mike, we will catch up with him on Friday for a little happy hour Friday. We'll look closer at that Eagles-Cowboys game. Sixers will be playing the Lakers that night, and all that and more here on the Sports Bash. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, everybody. Thank you, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
All right, Mike McGarry, everybody, here on a Sports Bash Wednesday edition. Yes, we are moving along, and don't forget, coming up, we've got another sounder for you guys to be involved in this year's 99 Growlers Party. Yeah, this year, we're going Growlers. We're going to be live down at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. 99 bottles, 99 growlers, I should say. 99 pairs of tickets, including tickets to see the Eagles and the Pittsburgh Steelers December 15th. That will be one of our biggest ticket items, and you can enter to win coming up in about 12 minutes from now. More Sports Bash coming up.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rival Cowboys.
Let's pass another, leaps over a third, and cuts down at the 30. What was that?
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at 3 p.m. and kickoff at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. Your coworker Kyle said bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive could save you money. Bad news. While saying this, Kyle was eating your clearly labeled lunch. Dumb news. Pizza near work costs $7 a slice, and it tastes like drywall covered in ketchup. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and enjoy more lunches far away from Kyle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call
this season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Mad Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Mad Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMA. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.98. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24.
It's on at Mad Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So I came across an article. I wanted to just pick a team, okay? I just picked a random team that is pretty good right now and maybe has exceeded expectations. The Atlanta Falcons. Just Googled Falcons fourth downs. First article that comes up. The Falcons' fourth down excellence is driving their success. The team already has more fourth down conversions than it managed all of last year. And it mentions why this team is in first place and beating teams like Philadelphia. And Philadelphia they were aggressive against the Falcons. Remember that game? Mm-hmm. Atlanta is 11 of 15 on fourth down, 73%. It goes on to say is that the 2024 version of this team has Raheem Morris, the head coach, in go-for-it mode. Buy in, go for it. Their offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, relishes the opportunity, and it says that's why Atlanta is currently on track to post the highest number of fourth down conversion attempts in 40 years, and it is one of the 5 or 10 best teams in the NFL. You know, this is an article that is written on pretty much all of these teams now, right? I'm looking at an article over at the Sporting News, and it's all about, here's the chart, when to go for it, when not to, yards to go, yards to the end zone, go for it, punt, field goal. And all of these teams basically have their own version of this chart. And they just look at that chart. And I'll tell you more about that later. But first, I need caller number 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered for this year's 99 Growlers Party at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You're entered for this year's 99 Growlers Party at Mud Hen, November 27th. You must be present to win. 99 growlers, 99 pairs of tickets, including tickets to see the Steelers in Philadelphia against the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. You'll have club box seats for the game, plus other great tickets. Caller 7. Good luck.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey for three for the left side, and that's good. Maxey found the space, back-to-back threes. He's got 31.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down at T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24-month bill credits with eligible trade-in and Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credits stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off the device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Mid Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Mad Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.98. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24.
It's on at Mad Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pipe. Egg Harbor Township.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
There just hasn't been very good communication from Embiid to the public about what's going on with him. And I wonder how good the communication's been with the team, because the team's communication has been difficult. I find it hard to believe that the team knew he was going to miss the first 3 weeks of the season. And if they did know, they certainly didn't operate in the preseason at all like that was going to be the case.
Brian Windhorst saying that Joel Embiid has not communicated. Did the team not know he would not be ready for the start of the season? Now he's suspended for 3 games. Somehow he hasn't played. He's been suspended and has a technical foul. What a bizarre start to the season. Paul Hudrick and I have been having these conversations for a couple of years, and this team generally gives us some wild things to talk about, Paul. But where does this whole situation with Embiid kind of rank on the list of bizarre?
I don't think it's even that high, strange enough. I mean, when you're talking about, what happened with Brian Colangelo and the burner accounts, and you're talking about Markelle Fultz and that injury and him forgetting how to shoot. I mean, there's a lot, Mike. So, I mean, I'm not even sure it's like top 5, but it's weird.
It's weird.
There's no doubt about it. And I think
Do you think that Brian's right, though, that the team was caught off guard by the fact that Embiid was not ready to play?
I think that the team has often deferred to Joel Embiid when it comes to these instances. I think back to that, the Golden State game he played last year before when Kuminga lands on his knee. We all watched, Mike, and we all could see he wasn't right. He shouldn't have played in that game. He made that decision. He made the decision to play in the game, and that's what happened. So I think that's where we are with it. I think it's Joel's decisions, and I think the team is kind of taking some hits for him as their star player, as their franchise player. They're kind of taking the hits for him. And yeah, I mean, it's not great. I can appreciate Joel Embiid wanting information about his health to not be publicized and not be out there as much. I can appreciate it. But at the same time, you are a professional NBA player. You are a franchise cornerstone player. So it matters. And there needs to be a level of transparency, because there are consumers. It is a product, and you need to have a little bit of transparency as to what's going on.
So he is on the trip with them. Was the intention for him to play tonight?
That's what it seems like. Now, who knows? I mean, it has been trending that way. When you look at the fact that he did practice 5-on-5 starting last week, and it did appear that he was, close, if not right. Him and Paul George were kind of on the same path, right? They were both scrimmaging 5-on-5 at the same time. Then they both wound up missing the Grizzlies game. So, the Suns game, I thought maybe Joel would play. So I'll say this. I wouldn't have been surprised if tonight was supposed to be the night. At the same time, if you're the Sixers, it's not the worst thing in the world to act like this was going to be the night either way, so that now he can miss the next 3 games and serve the suspension and be done with it. So, yeah,
well, I mean, it's the Shams report. He's going to play on Tuesday night against the Knicks.
Yeah, that's what it definitely seems like. It's tough because you can't. Again, it seemed like it was trending in the direction that he was going to play imminently. But at the same time, for the Sixers, again, it doesn't hurt to say that he was going to play just so he could serve the suspension.
So, why does the team think he's not ready to play?
Well, I think there was that.
Why does the team think that he wasn't ready to play?
Yeah. That report that came out from The Athletic that he had knee swelling after training camp, which, by the way, Mike, if you just said that, I think most people would have been not happy, right? Most people would have been not happy.
Paul, you did not hear anybody complaining about Paul George not playing. Why? Well, you saw what happened,
correct,
and you said this is the result of that play. He can't play. Nobody argued. Yes.
Right. If they had simply said, and I think too, Mike, like when he came out on media day and said, I want to be as healthy as possible for the playoffs. This is the plan we're taking. I'm taking this course. I don't think there was anyone, I shouldn't say anyone because there's outliers, but I think most fans thought, great.
Yeah, but you just said something, though. You just said something that puts up your ears. You said, this is the plan we're taking, as if the team was on board and putting the plan together with him, as opposed to him saying, I'm not ready to play, so therefore I'm not going to play.
But I think what I'm saying is, like, Mike, on media day, I think everyone was on the same page. And then I think, training camp happens and he's got swelling in his knee. And again, that's just going back to the transparency thing. If you simply just come out and say, hey, Joel's got swelling in his knee, I think most people would say, okay, well, you know what? Let's not push it. It's the beginning of the season. And people would have been pissed off. They would have not been happy that he missed the first few games of the season, but they would have understood. This makes it so you dragged it all out. You got, all this weird stuff happening behind the scenes that all could have been avoided by simply just coming out and saying, hey, Joel has some knee swelling. He's probably not going to play opening night, and he's going to miss some time to start the season. And that would have been that. I believe that it's probably Joel's decision to keep things like this, but at some point, someone's got to step in and just educate people, let the fans, let the media know so that, we can do our jobs and so fans can act accordingly.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers with us, Sixers Clippers tonight. So obviously there was the altercation over the weekend. The altercation is suggesting that Embiid does not want to play. And then he responds by saying, I've done too much to say that. Obviously, the other part of the article, which was out of bounds, but the part of the article that maybe some people are discussing, because we've had a ton of feedback from our listeners, is what has Embiid done? Yada, yada. And the article is basically saying he's got to be available and he doesn't want to be available. Do we feel that Embiid doesn't want to be available, that he just kind of picks and chooses when he feels like playing?
No. I think he's had real injuries, right? I mean, he's broken his face twice. He's had 3 different meniscus surgeries. He's had a thumb surgery. I think there is enough. If anything, I think a lot of people would argue he's played like I just referenced that Golden State game. He should have played in that game.
I agree with you. Like I said, listen, I can't really question his desire, but some people would say, okay, would you then say, because then others have said, okay, well, if he was in better shape, he wouldn't be as injured. Is that fair? Or are these injuries not tied to the shape that he's in?
I think there's some gray area there. Like, it's a little bit of both. Like, I would say early in his career, he was not in good shape for the first few years of his career. And yeah, maybe some stuff could have been avoided had he taken better care of himself. Over the last, though, 3 years or so, you can look it up. Like, he hired a world-class dietitian. He's put in work to make his body better. And some of these injuries are freak. Again, he gets hit in the face. I mean, that's got nothing to do with him being out of shape. He just broke his face. Same with the thumb. We had the torn ligaments in his thumb. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, that's a freaky thing. I think, I would say to start his career, yes, I think there's he can and he should, and I think he does take some responsibility for not being in the best shape possible and that hurting him early in his career. And perhaps, I don't know, maybe there's some long-term stuff that's lingering, and maybe if he had taken care of himself sooner, some of this stuff wouldn't be creeping up now. I'll end with the answer with this, in that when we've watched him at practice, when we've seen him, he looks terrific right now. Like, I would say he looks as fit as he has since he was a rookie. Like, he looks that good right now. And I think part of it, to that point, is, it's to take some pressure off of that knee. Because that meniscus, Mike, once that's gone, it's gone. Once you lose the meniscus padding in your knee, it does not grow back. So you need to take steps to make sure that you're not putting yourself in more, having more issues with the knee. And I think that him losing all this weight is, for the most part, a big reaction to that. So again, early in his career, yeah, you could blame him. But I'd say over the last, again, like 3 or 4 years, I think he's done a much better job of taking care of himself.
All right, Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers looking at the Sixers and Embiid and this whole thing. Any concern or thoughts that the way this has been handled, that Embiid is going to, I don't know, have any discourse or lack of trust or camaraderie with the organization?
With the organization, no, because I think again, I think they've taken a lot of heat for him over the years. When it comes to mind when he came back from the meniscus injury last year, right? And if you recall, he was ruled out against Oklahoma City at first. And then at like 5:00 the day of the game, he got changed to questionable. So when that happens, the Sixers get fined for that. And so think of all the times he's done stuff like that throughout his career. Every single time he's done that, the Sixers get a slap on the wrist from the league. And like all these little, and like even like the way they portrayed the injury last year, right? Like a procedure, all those little things. The Sixers have gone along, and look, I'm not saying the Sixers are necessarily even in the wrong for doing it, but they've gone along with his wishes because he is their star player, because there is their franchise player. And people can feel free to disagree and say, no, like someone should have stepped in and been, whatever, the quote unquote adult in the room and told them, no, like this is how we have to do things. But I'm telling you that I think that's the deal. So I can't imagine a situation where.
Well, how about the way they handled the thing with Marcus?
Well, Mike, they had to do it that way because.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying they handled. I'm just wondering, like, does he say,
yeah,
you didn't take my side, you apologize to the guy? I mean, what the heck here? Or is this water under the bridge? We all made mistakes and it's time to move on.
If the Sixers did anything but apologize, there would have been so many ramifications, right? There could have been legal action, first and foremost. I've heard nothing that there's going to be, but that's one thing. So the Sixers had to do that too. The second thing, the Inquirer, it's the paper of record in the city of Philadelphia, to kind of deny that, to not apologize and not make things right with them. That could lead to some nasty stuff down the road. I'm not saying that anyone, had that intention, but I'm just saying like that. And then the other thing is the league. Like, the league has to suspend a player that makes physical, and I get the context, but the league has to suspend someone, a player who makes physical contact with a reporter. And I don't think the league would look too kindly on Daryl Morey and Elton Brand if they didn't do what they did and take that action and apologize. So, and look, I think, Joel's not dumb. Joel's a smart guy. He knows, one, that he shouldn't have done it, and two, that this was going to be the outcome. If you push
that's
this guy,
the thing there, right?
You're going to get suspended.
Yeah, like the fact that he realizes, because obviously in the moment he says, I don't care, print whatever you want.
It's emotional, right?
And next time, I'll have to live with the consequences. And obviously you're wondering, that's why I'm asking. I don't think you were there. I think you said you were sick that night.
Correct. Of all the nights.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So, but in that moment, and it sounds like, I don't care, right? Whatever, because I don't care. And then the response is, but you do care. And, that maybe sets him off. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, that's not exactly a de-escalation to say that.
Right. I was thinking, man, I can't even imagine standing. Because I've been in those locker rooms where there's been some heated exchanges. But I couldn't imagine seeing a 7'2" man over-towering Marcus and getting into this conversation, where he was well within his rights to be angered. And it getting to that point. And then the league has to say, geez, you wonder where this rolls for Marcus and whether or not this is done because they're on the West Coast and this is kind of like out of sight, out of mind, or when they come home, is this going to ramp back up? But it just adds to what's going on with this season, which is, Paul, Joel's not played. He's out 3 more games. What is this team going to look like when they get home on Tuesday night? I mean, 1-10?
No, look, I think the next 3 games are pretty winnable with Paul George in the lineup, because I think you watch that game again. A couple things. One, Phoenix is off to a great start. If people don't realize,
by the way, 1-8. They would be 1-8, right? They're 1-5. Sorry.
Yeah,
I said 1-10.
Yeah, so they're playing like the Suns are playing fantastic basketball. They look great. Kevin Durant looks as good as ever. He totally scorched them to close that game. And I think when you watch that game, what is the one issue you have when you have a team with all these new players? Is really difficult to close games and win. So you have a Phoenix Suns team that has all these guys with experience that played together all last year, and you're going into their house trying to win a game with a super rusty Paul George and all that. So, but I say all that to say, like this game tonight against the Clippers is very winnable. The Clippers are 3-5, I think. Harden's not off to that great of a start. They're a tough defensive team, but they don't have a ton of offense. You can win this game. This is a winnable game. The Lakers have come down to earth a little bit after their start and after everyone was acting like JJ Redick was the new Red Auerbach. And look, I still think he might be a really good coach, but I think, and then also you have a banged up Anthony Davis to factor in as well with the Lakers. And then Sunday against Charlotte. I mean, look, they have LaMelo Ball is a great player, but that's kind of where it ends. Those next 3 games, I think, are winnable. Are they going to win all 3? Probably not. But could they win 2 out of 3? Yeah, I think they absolutely could win 2 out of 3. So, if that's the case, and you're 3-6 going home with Joel Embiid coming back to the lineup against the Knicks, tough game, obviously, against the Knicks. I mean, you're not. Of course, you'd rather be in a better spot, but I think they're in an okay spot, and I just think you see the difference. Just Paul George, who wasn't even very good the other night, just the difference his presence makes, how much better it makes the whole team. And that alone, and what it does too, Mike, and what it's going to do when Embiid comes back, everyone else shifts down a peg, right? So all the guys who are playing too many minutes are now shifting down, and their roles are lessened, and the space on the floor looks different. Like all that stuff it makes a huge, huge difference.
Paul Hudrick from Liberty Bars. Yeah, I don't have any fear that this team's a mess or they're going to the whole season's now. It's not like Milwaukee, who does have Giannis
the
playing,
Bucks.
and they're a mess. The Sixers are not very good, but they're getting the beat. But one of my worries is, and I want to get your take on this because you've been to the games and seen and probably been watching a lot closer, is, Embiid, when he plays, they're 31-8 last year, best record in the NBA, 17-32 without him. They bring in Andre Drummond, that was supposed to be finally that guy. He's almost unplayable at moments. You're watching, and offensively, the efficiency is horrendous. Did they get this situation where they thought they got the guy, and now they don't have the guy again? Are we going to be talking about the backup center again this year?
We might be.
Because Baselli's like 6'8". I mean, and that kid hustles, and he's a grinder. But I don't know if you could play. Can he play 12, 15 playoff minutes at center?
Depending on the matchup, yeah, I really think he can. I mean, when you look at the rest of the East, I mean, the Knicks are going to have plenty of lineups where it's Karl-Anthony Towns at the 5. Obviously, can match up with him at the 5. It's not like, and that's not to say Karl-Anthony Towns isn't a great player. He is, but I'm just saying, like, from a size standpoint, Obviously should have no trouble matching up against a guy like that. Of course, like a team like the Bucks, is he going to be able to hang with Brook Lopez? No, probably not. It's Jared Allen, probably not. Wendell Carter, you could probably hang with Wendell Carter. But I say all that to say, like, I think what's good, Mike, and look, we'll start with this. Andre Drummond hasn't been good. The last two games in particular, I think he's looked really bad, and it's been really disappointing to see. And Yabusele's been excellent. At least, the Phoenix game, he was awesome. He almost won them that game. But I would say there's a couple things to it. One, I don't think anyone anticipated that Andre Drummond would have to play the first 8 games of the season as the team's starting center. No one factored that in with the signing. So I'd start there. But when I look at it, like when Joel is back, to your point, when it's the playoffs, what I think you have is you have Andre Drummond, who can play against a Brook Lopez, who can play against a Jared Allen, who could play against the bigger bigs. If you have a matchup where it is a more of a stretch 5, more of a switchable 5, you have a Yabusele you can go to. And so I think to have those two options is a really, really good thing. So, look, it's going to be hard to know until Embiid plays and we see what it all looks like. But it's clear right now 2 things. 1, Drummond isn't playing well. And 2, I think, to what I said already, like, he's just playing more minutes than he should be, and he's having a bigger role than they would have anticipated through the first, 8 games of the season.
All right, Sixers tonight out in L.A. against the Clippers. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. So far, it's been clunky, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of fluidity and rhythm to this team. You got so many new pieces, but this is the second oldest team in the league. Gone are the days of these process teams with all these young kids. This is the second oldest team in the league, and you're like, hey, how are these guys going to kind of find their way without Joel? I always say, when this team plays without Joel, it is like a waste of 48 minutes because there's no other team in the league that has to do something they have to play completely different when he's not there. And it's rough. Like, you can't learn anything about these guys when he's not there, or very little. Very little. So it's hard to say, man, how's Eric Gordon fitting in? Well, not great right now. Well, how's he fit in when Joel's out there? Well, that's different.
Right. And I think one thing that people kind of take for granted with Joel Embiid, and especially the people that kind of underrate him, is I don't know how many teams in the NBA are so reliant on one guy for both sides of the basketball, right? Both sides of the floor. Like, he is their best offensive player and scorer. He is their anchor on defense. How many guys in the league are that, right? Like, even a guy who's as good as Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's not the anchor of their defense. He plays like a free safety on defense. Brooke Lopez is the anchor of that defense. We had Drew Holiday for years, obviously, and not having Drew Holiday has hurt the Bucks a lot defensively. And again, when you just look around the league, I mean, there's just not too many players when you think about it that anchor their team on both sides of the ball. Think of some of the stars in the league. Luka Doncic, he doesn't play defense. Some of these MVP candidates, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's a pretty good defender, but look at that Oklahoma City team and how great they are defensively around him, and how they kind of insulate him. Boston, they're more of a really good team defense. Yeah, Tatum and Brown are good defenders, but they're not. Again, they're not. Their teams don't. To your point, Mike, their teams don't fall apart when they're not on the floor, because they have other way, because they play like a team. They have more. With the Sixers, if Joel Embiid isn't there, it ruins their offensive game plan. It ruins their defensive game plan. I will say the one thing you talked about, judging it and how it looks. It did not look bad with Paul George in the lineup against a really good Suns team. So I think it's going to look better with Paul George playing when Embiid is not, and especially when Paul George looks a little bit more like Paul George.
All right, tonight, Paul George at L.A. for the first time since he signed with the Sixers. His second game, you can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Joel Embiid should be back on Tuesday against the Knicks. That is an NBA Cup game, whatever the hell that means. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Good to see you, buddy.
You too, Mike. Take care, man.
Paul Hudrick, of course, on the Sixers here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, I still could care less about this NBA Cup thing. Whatever they're trying to do with this, no one cares, guys. Maybe they got more money. Is it on a different network? I don't think so. It's not like those games got picked up by, say, Amazon Prime, and you can only watch NBA Cup games on Amazon Prime. I got news for you. Nobody cares about the NBA Cup. Well, at least nobody in my age bracket. Maybe the young kids do. I don't know. I can't imagine that. Maybe, because they do the courts. They change the color of the courts and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think anybody cares. Not that I'm going to get into that kind of stuff now, but it's a game against the Knicks. That's what means something right now. This team's got to get Joel back there, get him incorporated. And like Paul said, I agree with him. The Sixers are the one team in this league, when he is out, they have to play a totally different – they run everything through Maxey as opposed to Embiid, and that's a completely different type of player if you haven't noticed.
Every question I have about Sixers Knicks has nothing to do with the NBA Cup. It's all about how many minutes he plays, how does the offense look when he's out there, how does the team rotate on defense, what substitution patterns. That's what I want to know when Joel Embiid plays on Tuesday.
Andre Drummond, there's 151 qualified players that have averaged 25 minutes a game. He has the lowest offensive efficiency in the entire NBA.
The lowest?
The lowest.
Yikes.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. By the way, Terry, congratulations, Terry. You are the qualifier for 99 Growlers, and we'll see you at Mudhen Brew Company. Yes, indeed, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That is Wednesday, November 27th. Our whole crew will be down there live. 99 Growlers, 99 pairs of tickets. Mudhen Brewing Company, Wildwood. More Sports Bash on the way. My Fine Five ugly 5 are coming up.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for pricing participation, which varies. Drinks and speed freezes. Tax extra.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Healthier starts here with Get Covered New Jersey. Open enrollment is happening now. If you need health insurance, get quality, affordable coverage with plan options that fit your life and your budget. 9 in 10 get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Is your home ready for the season? Worried about rooms that just won't stay warm this winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today to ask about a new energy-efficient system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi ductless system. With generous financing options through South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric, plus additional savings through rebates from your local utility companies. Upgrading your system could also help lower your utility bills. Call Jenkins today or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family, so I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 3:30 Sports Bash. This hour of the show is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. For generations, call them at 609-390-3907 online, broadlees.net. All right, here we go. Fine five, ugly five. Five best, five worst teams in the league. I think this is getting more difficult because there's more than five bad teams, like really bad teams.
There's also a lot of teams that are basically the same team. They just happen to have different colors on their uniforms.
Yeah, they are like very much the same. Here we go. The ugly five, number 5. I don't know. I mean, okay, for instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams have 2 wins.
Correct.
Out of that bunch, the Giants are technically, and I don't know how they come up with the standings of who's the worst, but the Giants are listed as last. Do you think they're the worst team? I don't think the Giants are the worst team.
I think the Giants actually have a decent defense. I think their just offense has a horrible quarterback.
Yeah. Like right now, you can make a strong argument that the Saints are the worst team.
Because they lost to the Panthers.
They lost to the Panthers. They've lost 7 straight. They fired their coach. This was a team that people thought was for real after 2 weeks.
We all did. We all saw the crazy offensive numbers they were putting up, and we were like, this is incredible. Watch it. Look. And then the Eagles got to New Orleans and started the end of it for them.
Is Carolina one of the 5 worst? They have to be.
Absolutely.
They won last week.
Bryce Young actually got to kneel the ball for once.
Jacksonville, for me, is going to be number 5. That team is not horrendously bad.
No, but they're definitely bad enough to be on the list.
They've lost some close games against good teams. They lost a tough game last week against Green Bay. They came back in the game. They could have beat Philly. They're number 5. Number 4, I'm going with the Giants.
Interesting. So
I think the Giants' defense is fine. Like, they're not horrendous. They've got Neighbors is a great receiver. I think he's going to be really good. The quarterback there just stinks.
So you're saying that the Jags have the better quarterbacks, so that's why they're quote unquote the better of the worst.
I think
than the Giants.
I think the Jags are just better than the Giants.
Okay.
Maybe Jacksonville's 6. The Giants are 5. New England would be 4. Right?
New England has to be on the list. I mean,
they lost
better.
They lost.
Well, it felt like a win because of the fact that they had
do I have
the crazy Drake May play to get them to overtime.
Do I have to include Tennessee on this list?
Of course. They accidentally won.
What about Miami?
Not Miami. Miami's at least good
Cleveland?
enough. I mean, Cleveland. I mean, they're playing pretty bad right now.
All right, these are the choices. The Giants, the Patriots,
yep,
the Saints,
yep,
the Raiders,
yep,
Jacksonville,
maybe,
Carolina,
yep,
Cleveland,
maybe,
Tennessee,
maybe.
Those are 8 teams that belong on the ugly 5.
I mean, I have my 5 in front of me. I
do too, but I'm just as I'm
I
looking
just feel like
at
you
it.
can make an argument for almost everyone.
You can make an argument. So I'm going to go 5.
5
the Giants.
Oh, Giants.
No, I don't think the Jags are one of the 5 worst.
All right, so you're kicking the Jags out. You're putting the Giants at 5.
Yep. Giants. Patriots.
Okay.
Raiders.
Right.
Panthers, Saints.
Fair. More than fair.
Tennessee, that makes them out.
Yeah, I mean, I have the Titans on mine at 5, so I got Titans, Raiders, Pats, Panthers, Saints.
I don't even know who the worst team is in the league right now. There's so many bad teams.
They're all bad. They all stink. They're all ugly.
I mean, Carolina, I think, has to be the worst, even though they won and beat the Saints. But the Saints are banged up right now. Although they got Olave back, Kamara played,
and Derek Carr played.
Yeah, they're not as banged up as they were. They got the coach fired. You're the worst.
The coach fired, yeah.
You're the worst.
I mean, how poor are you that the coach got just kicked to the curb?
I'll ask the people out there. 609-403-0973. Everybody listening at the same time. Who's the worst team in the league? 609-403-0973. Everybody listening, same time, text in. Who is the worst team in the league? Giants, Patriots, Saints, Raiders, Jags, Panthers, Browns, Dolphins, Titans.
Did somebody text in the Eagles?
Not yet. I can't imagine they would.
Well, the way some people talk about Nick Sirianni, they might.
Okay. All right, there's the ugly five. All right, let's go to the fine five. This is difficult as well. There's not five best teams.
There's really only two.
Well, it's Kansas City and Detroit. They're 1 and 2. I got Detroit 1. I got Kansas City 2. And Kansas City flimsy at 2 for me.
I mean, they're barely hanging on to that.
Buffalo, 3.
Okay.
And then it's everybody. Then you got Philly, Washington, Pittsburgh, Houston, Baltimore, Green Bay.
No love for the Falcons?
Put the Falcons in there if you want. I don't have a problem with that. Hey, remember me? I like the Falcons in the offseason.
I'm just trying to give them credit here.
Yep,
So
they deserve it. They're in there. Vikings. I didn't put the Vikings. They can be in the conversation.
Do you feel more comfortable right now, as of November 6th, with the Vikings or the Falcons?
That's a good one. I think I like. Man, I mean, I like Jefferson the best.
Sure.
I like Bijan a little better than and Bijan Algier a little better than Aaron Jones.
Okay. Quarterback. Cousins versus Darnold.
Yeah, I like Cousins a little better than Darnold, I guess. I guess you could trust him a little more, maybe. That's weird to say, I know.
Do you feel like the Cam Robinson acquisition for the Vikings was enough to stabilize the loss of Darashau?
It's helped. The Atlanta offensive line is not great. Now, Atlanta, I think Minnesota is better defensively than Atlanta. So, I don't know. They're close. Those two are close.
Because to me, I'm trying to decipher when you look at the teams in the NFC. If you put the Eagles in your 5.
I don't think either one of them are in the 5.
No, I'm saying if you're putting the Eagles in your fine 5, right? What does that mean about the team that beat the Eagles, the Falcons?
Fair. I mean, I think Philly, do they get in because they beat the Packers?
I think it has to be under consideration.
Do we like Philly better than Pittsburgh?
I do. I like Philly's
Do we like
offense.
Philly better than Washington?
I like the Eagles' offensive line and defense more.
How about Baltimore?
I think Baltimore's a better team.
So is Baltimore 4 and Philly's 5?
I mean, Baltimore would be my 4, just because I think the addition at the trade line definitely helps them.
So Kansas City, I got Detroit 1, Kansas City 2.
Okay.
You going Buffalo 3?
I'm going Buffalo 3.
Okay. Then
Josh Allen's my MVP.
Then 4 and 5. Is it Baltimore, Philly, Baltimore, Washington?
For me, I go Baltimore, Philly because of the fact I think the Ravens have the more consistent offense this year. And I think the consistency
Well, I'm not arguing that Philly should be ahead of Baltimore. I'm just saying 4 and 5 then. I think we're all at the top 3 of Kansas City or Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo. And Buffalo, to me, I'm a little flimsy on, but I just don't think they have the same, I don't know. Maybe because Kansas City, although getting Hopkins, I think, changes Kansas City a little bit.
It does a lot because you see Holmes throwing with more confidence now in that pocket.
Got some votes for the Saints. Got some votes for the Cowboys. Got some votes for the Giants. Got some votes for the Raiders. Got some votes for Baltimore and Philly ahead of Buffalo. So Baltimore 3, Philly 4, Buffalo 5?
I mean, if you're looking at
I don't
just
know.
in terms of talent, Philadelphia has the better talent on offense.
I'm interested to see, like, if Buffalo played Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh defense is really good.
Yeah.
Is that a game that's ugly, mucked up a little bit, and Buffalo struggles? Because they don't have great weapons.
They don't have great weapons. I think that's the weird thing with Buffalo. For as great of a year they're having, they lost 10 starters from last year's team, Mike. Teams that usually lose 10 starters are not, what are they, 7-2 the next year.
Buffalo's a weird one to me, and I know I've been tough on Buffalo, but it's not because I don't like Josh Allen. I really like him. It's because they took everything away from Josh Allen, and I'm like, man, this guy was throwing interceptions and had some issues with weapons. Now he took his weapons away from him, and I know he's playing well.
He's playing better without the weapons than he was with them.
I don't know what to make of Washington yet. They really haven't played anybody. Their schedule is very they just don't have a very challenging schedule. There's not a team on this schedule that we're going to – when they win – they play Pittsburgh this week.
They do, and I think that's going to be the real test.
They have 263 in points, and Pittsburgh's given up 119. So this is a good offense against a good defense. We'll see what happens.
Unstoppable force, a movable object.
Washington's 2 losses is Baltimore, a good team.
Very good team, yep.
And the other loss they had was they should have lost to Chicago.
I was going to say they won that game somehow.
Yeah, they should have lost that game. And the other Washington loss was to Tampa.
And that was week 1 when we were first.
They got blown out in that game too. They got blown out in that game.
And that was the first week for Jaden Daniels. He's played much better since then.
Now, Tampa beat Philly as well. So Tampa's beaten Philly and Washington. But we know Tampa's a different team, although I give them a lot of credit. They've lost their 2 receivers, and they fought and hung in that game against Kansas City the other night.
And one of their starting offensive linemen. Yeah. They are injured out the wazoo.
Are we discounting anybody? Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Atlanta, Houston, Green Bay.
I think the only team that we can touch on that we haven't discussed yet, because we mentioned the Vikings, but I think we can fairly say that Houston is the worst of the division leaders, right?
Right now, Houston, now they're getting Nico Collins back, correct?
They are supposed to be getting him back soon, yes.
Yep. No, I think this week.
Is it this week?
I think so.
I know they opened his practice window, so.
I hope so, anyway.
Fantasy team?
He's not on my fantasy team, but
because you have like 20 guys who've been injured on your fantasy team.
I have C.J. Stroud.
Oh,
who's been killing me this year.
You're killing me, Smalls?
Well, he's just not as good as he was last year. Yeah, so Detroit's my 1, Kansas City's my 2, Buffalo will be my 3, Baltimore my 4, and Philadelphia is my 5.
By the way, who's your MVP winner this year? If Mike Gill had an
I got to go Jared Goff.
You're going to go Goff?
Yep. Right now.
See, I go Josh Allen. So why do you go Goff?
The numbers are crazy. I mean, he's got like more touchdowns than, what was that crazy stat?
So he has
than
more touchdowns and incompletions in the last 5 weeks.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Which is an insane number.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you look at the offensive leaders this year and just say, okay, what numbers jump off the page? When I look at, not to mention, I think most people look at Jared Goff. He's got the, let's see, Josh Allen has 17 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jared Goff has 14 and 4. So you could say, okay, Josh Allen has been better. Okay.
And he's done it with a worse offensive line.
Yeah, you can make a strong case that if Josh Allen's not there, that team is not even a playoff team, and the Lions probably are.
Right. Like, unless the Lions quarterback was Jameis Winston, they're probably still a playoff team.
Yeah, I don't think it's egregious, like the 2 right now. Is there anybody else? Lamar Jackson, 20-2. That's pretty nasty.
It is, but I think there might be a contingent of people who would say that doesn't Derrick Henry take a little bit away from Lamar Jackson this year?
Yeah, I mean, Allen is doing the most with the least of that group.
Like, it's crazy that we actually are in a league where Baker Mayfield has the most passing touchdowns in the league.
Well, yeah, he's chucking it all over the yard.
So, I mean, you can't go off of just, touchdowns anymore. It has to be other things. Like, how is your team? How is your efficiency? Like, Mahomes is always in an MVP conversation, but until till they acquired DeAndre Hopkins, he seemingly threw an interception every game.
All right, Sports Bash, Fine 5, Ugly 5. There you go. There's a mismatch of teams, and it's brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating for heating and air conditioning installation service and maintenance, plumbing, drain cleaning service. Call 609-641-6262. Online at jenkinsandsons.com. Mike Gill, this is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hopefully you're enjoying your Wednesday edition here. We got so much coming up. The Flyers lost last night. What's going on with them? Quickly on the Fly Guys and some issues there coming up next.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey for three for the left side, and that's good. Maxey found the space, back-to-back threes. He's got 31.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccalilli Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccalilli Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, get a $300 instant gift. Take 120 nights to love it or your money back. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. At Jersey Cow, everything is homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall flavors, bringing back popular classics while introducing some future favorites as well. For the best ice cream with constantly rotating flavors, come taste the best homemade delicious ice cream made right at Jersey Cow. Visit every day from noon till 10 at both Northfield and Brigantine locations. Ice cream, a year-round thing at Jersey Cow.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Flyers lose last night. It's a 6-4 loss. Their goaltending situation's a disaster. I mean, it's – how do you get to this point where you don't have a NHL goalie?
I'll tell you how. You completely misjudged who these guys are. This is a bad job by the Flyers of evaluating who they have.
Look, I mean, I can't imagine that John Tortorella, Danny Briere, Keith, these are good hockey guys. They don't know that this guy couldn't play Fedotov, and they had to bring a kid up who's not ready to go. And it's costing them. Right now, it is costing. They scored 4 goals last night. Flyers 3 stars of the game brought to you by Kindle Auto Plaza, Stone Harbor Boulevard, Cape May Courthouse. Kindle is the family dealership you can trust for Ford, Dodge, Chrysler, and Ram. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, his 3 stars of the game from last night: Travis Konechny, Owen Tippett, and Sean Couturier. Hey, they had a chance to win that game. You get 4 goals. I watched a little bit of that game. I was kind of flipping back and forth, and I just looking at the goaltending situation, and you're like perplexed at how it's gotten to this point that you don't have a legitimate NHL goaltender.
It was funny because I was listening to the broadcast. Mike, and Todd Fedoruk said last night here on 97.3 ESPN. He told Tim Saunders, he said the problem with Kolosov is that he plays like Sergei Bobrovsky, but he's not as aware as Sergei Bobrovsky. So it's a great skill set to have if you're more refined.
Listen, he's 22 years old. I'm not going to write him off right now, but you can't. What's Arrison's timetable?
I mean, Durso is saying that they hope to have him back before the end of the road trip. If that works, he'd be back for the San Jose game.
Okay, so it's not like a long-term problem here.
No, but you still got to get through 3 tough games on the road at Carolina, at Tampa Bay Lightning, and at the Stanley Cup Florida Panthers.
Yeah, and you know what's really tough right now is last year at this time, this team had got off to a decent start, and you were kind of like, hey, look at this cute little team.
Right.
Now they add Michkov, which got people excited. What's going on there?
What's going on there is he's a young kid who's going through growing pains. I mean, he had an assist last night, but it wasn't because he did anything spectacular. He just did his job.
At this point in the Metropolitan Division, they're in last place. I mean, at this point last year, this team were like, wow, look at this fun team. They were in the playoff mix almost from Jump Street all the way until the final 4 games of the season. You thought they brought in a player that was a legitimate, difference-making, not maybe night to night, the inconsistency of having a 19-year-old kid be one of your better offensive talents. But the rest of the team looks like they are taking a step back, including the goaltending situation. That's been the big problem for this team.
Maybe it's time to call Minnesota and try to get Marc-Andre Fleury.
Look, you just got to try to find somebody. I don't care if the guy's 38 years old and he can play one night a week. You got to have somebody who is competent on his night that he has to play.
I mean, the Flyers are still paying Brizgalov until 2026.
I heard his house is for sale, out in Haddonfield. He's been trying to sell that thing for a couple of years.
Because he's stuck in the woods, right?
Flyers 3 stars in a game. It's brought to you by Kindle Auto Plaza, Stone Harbor Boulevard, Cape May Courthouse. Kindle, the family dealership you can trust for Ford, Dodge, Chrysler, and Ram. Sports Bash 97.3. Hey, it's our 99 Growlers Sounder. Give me caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You're entered into this year's 99 Growlers Party. The party's live at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th. you win tickets to see Eagles versus Steelers club box seats December 15th. We'll have Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and tickets to see area shows and more. You must be present to win Wednesday, November 27th for the Sports Bash live on location at Mud Hen Brewing Company. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. We'll see you at this year's 99 Growlers Party, thanks to Mud Hen Brewing Company.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Dallas against their NFC East rival Cowboys.
Let's pass another, leaps up for a third, a touchdown at the 30. What was that?
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at 3 p.m. and kickoff at 4:25. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
The time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace. Get to Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can be combined. Go to mattblackkia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil Nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers,
Oh, baby.
and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Bosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, and you have a team that is 6-2, and they're entering a Dallas week here. And Jeff, it seems that the main conversation is the discourse and disconnect the fans seem to have with the head coach Nick Sirianni. As we move on to Dallas week here, what do you think is the disconnect between fans and Nick Sirianni? If there even is one, is he more popular than I'm giving him credit for?
He's popular. I think he does have a pretty large faction of supporters who are very quick to point out not only his winning record, the fact that he's been to a Super Bowl, the fact that he hasn't finished with a losing record yet as a head coach, and his road record is one of the best road records in the history of the NFL. I mean, by and large, Nick Sirianni's teams win way more often than they don't. And when you do that, especially in Philadelphia, you're going to have your fair share of supporters. What I think hurts him is obviously the decision-making, the game management, like with Andy Reid, burns some fans the wrong way or rubs fans the wrong way. And I think now so more than ever with social media, right, and the nonstop news cycle, it doesn't help Nick Sirianni that you've had some pretty prominent analysts of the game come out and really rip him for some of his decisions. I mean, and some of them have been pretty strong. And I know it's not just Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. I've listened to a couple of different either national shows or even podcasts and heard people really digging in to Nick Sirianni for his game management. So we live in a society where your echo chamber really reinforces what you believe or doesn't, and it doesn't really help Nick Sirianni's case that a lot of people who know the game and who watch the game and who've played the game also disagree with some of the decisions that they're making, and they're voicing that right now.
I mean, all right, so I want to get your take on this because we've heard so many different sides of this, and that this is the organization, they want to be aggressive, and that, they're going off the analytics. How much is this Nick and the organization saying, we want to be aggressive, that's who we are, and how much of this is Nick just, I'm going to do this, be damned whether you like it or not?
It's hard to know because Nick hasn't, while Nick has been very aggressive throughout the most of his tenure as Eagles coach, there have been times in games where he has not been aggressive. It feels like when Doug Peterson decided, and maybe it was Doug Peterson in conjunction or with the support of the organization, was just pedal to the metal on the analytics all the time and be aggressive and be aggressive. And a lot of times it worked. Then all of a sudden it would start to not work, right, as his tenure went on and things would backfire. But he never really deviated. And Nick at times has, gone for on fourth down. At times he's taken the points. At times he's done the vice versa of what you would expect him to do. So the lack of consistency there, which will happen with pretty much any coach, has hurt him when it doesn't work out. This is precisely why, and I'll give you an example, but this guy gets criticized and has been as well. But Kevin Cash, the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, has always said the reason why he does everything by the analytics book is to take the gut instinct out of it, right? Is to make sure that every decision he's making has some kind of scientific analysis or data that justifies making the decision, right? But guess what? When he took his pitcher out, who was it? Was it Charlie Morton or I forget?
No, it was
It was it was Snell, Blake Snell, right?
Blake Snell.
Guess what? He was criticized for it, even because Snell was pitching great, even though he had one of the best bullpens in baseball that year, and that's what they were used to. So you can't avoid the criticism, whether you're 100% analytics, 100% gut, or 50-50.
Yeah, I said this guy's 40-19, and he doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like there's this guy this is our guy. We're 40-19. You mentioned his road record. I got guys texting in. He's horrible. He's holding them back. So I feel like there is some disconnect between the success of this team and what credit the head coach gets. And I heard the Dan Orlovsky stuff. I heard the discourse from many people this week and who say, listen, he's holding them back. These decisions are reckless. I think a lot of us didn't like the decisions he made in that game, and you're just trying to get a grasp of how much is it. Look, the analytics kind of rule the world in football, and that's what they're going for. We want to be aggressive. If we, Darius Slay said on his podcast, we like this because we want to take the other team's soul. Being up 2 scores is different than 3 scores. 3 scores, you're on your way to taking their soul. Being up 2 scores, maybe that's not as impressive to them.
Yeah, I'm sure there's 1,000 different ways to look at it. I would say, I think we talked about this the other day, when you're in the second half, third quarter, late, I think, and the other team has come back and it's a 1-possession game and you have the chance there to put points on the board and make it a 2-possession game, the data would tell you that you're going to give yourself a better chance to win because now you're up by more than a possession with less time on the clock against an offense that only had 200 yards and 250 yards the entire game. So at the third quarter, they'd even gotten to that point yet. So I would say that's just smart football. And who cares what kind of message you're sending about how aggressive you are? You're just trying to win the damn game, right? So everybody's going to look at it and have a different opinion. I do think this, Mike. I think whereas, Andy Reid took a team after his first year, it wasn't a great year first year, but then bam, by year 2 in the playoffs, doing good things, all of a sudden in the NFC Championship game and all that. I think everybody realized that Andy was doing a wondrous job with Donovan McNabb and an offense that really didn't have a whole lot of playmakers outside the quarterback. You go back to the Charles Johnson days and the who else was on the receivers on that team? Just wasn't great, right? And I think Nick
small, man.
Yeah, small. Right. I don't think Nick gets that same sort of luxury benefit of the doubt now because he's been handed some pretty darn good 53-man rosters, both offensively, maybe not not defensively, but he's an offensive coach, right? So he's not going to get credited or faulted for the defense. That's going to go to the coordinator. But he's been handed some pretty prolific offenses. So I think why people have trouble figuring him out as a head coach is that they say, man, you've had a lot of talent on your side of the ball. There shouldn't have been peaks and valleys. There should have only been peaks with your offense.
Yeah, it's interesting. I came across this today. 4 straight wins. They're outscoring opponents by 13.5 points per game, which is the second best, only behind the Lions, who are winning by 22 points per game. So this is a team that seemingly now is starting to impose their will and beat teams. In an NFL that everything's a 1-score game, they're winning by almost 2 touchdowns every single week, it looks like, at least over the last 4. So I don't know. Are we still scarred by those last 7 games of last year? Is that not allowing us to say, man, this team is pretty good?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, I would say 2 of the last 4 games, right? Because the Jacksonville game was a 1-possession game, and the Browns game, what was the final of the Browns game? I'm like struggling to remember anything anymore. Was that more than 2 possessions? That was like 4 weeks ago. So now all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank, but that was 20-16, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So yeah, they're kind of
20-16. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the average of that's really because they had really big wins over the Giants and a pretty good commanding win over the Bengals. But remember, they went all the way from October of last year, that Miami game, to that game against the Giants, almost a full year without winning a game by more than one possession. So they are, up until the Giants and Bengals, they really are the epitome of the NFL and winning games by about a possession. So that's a little bit of recency bias over the last two opponents.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This week, Dallas has allowed 42 points a game in its last four home games. So we'll see if the Eagles can really impose their will with their offense against this Dallas defense, which has really struggled. We'll see if Micah Parsons ends up coming back. But I want to get your take on Jalen Hurts and kind of, 12 passing touchdowns, no turnovers during this 4-game streak. I don't know. I mean, he was an MVP candidate. Last year he was the leader for MVP. He soured. Where is he now in terms of why this offense is starting to feel better?
Well, I mean, obviously the offense has been radically changed since last year. I mean, the Eagles are the only team in the NFL that are running the ball more than passing it, okay? Everybody's talking about running being up, and it is true across the board. But if you look at some of the best teams, even the best teams that run the ball, the percentages of what they're doing in the first half, which I think that matters, is a big difference. And most teams are passing the ball more through the first, dramatically more than they're running it. And then, of course, they're running it because they've got the lead in the second half. But the Eagles this year so far, they're an example of that. They're passing at a 56% clip, and that's through 8 games. And that's a little bit weighted by what they were doing in the first 4 games when they were really running, when they were passing the ball a lot. But the last few games, you can tell they've been playing more 12 personnel. They're running the ball more, and they've gotten to the point where they're the only team in the NFL to run more than they pass. So they're about 51% run, 49% pass right now. And if you look at a couple years ago when they were Super Bowl, the first half they were passing at a 64% clip. So they're down from 64 first half pass to 56.
Well, what it seems at Moshe is they are running more on early downs.
Yes.
Instead of throwing, and then having to throw again.
Right. So, and this is sort of obvious, but it's sometimes the obvious eludes people, right? Even the smartest of coaches. The obviousness is when you're running the ball that well, and now you're starting to see under center running, you're setting yourself up for play action. And where can you hurt teams most with your personnel on play action? We can hurt them outside the numbers. You force them to bring a safety in, or you force the safeties and the linebackers to get sucked in by the run. You're going to get one-on-ones to your outside receivers, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. And I give Jalen Hurts all the credit in the world. He throws outside the numbers to those one-on-one situations to not only his wide receivers, but also to Saquon Barkley on wheels, right? Better than anyone, or as good as anyone in the league. So that's where I think you're seeing the biggest improvement. Not really that Jalen Hurts is throwing a better ball on the eye. He's just doing it more and finding more opportunities to strike because they're running the ball more efficiently. I will tell you this. I mean, I still think throwing in the middle of the field and third down shotgun, obvious pass situations is not his strong point. And you saw that in the first half against the Jaguars. That third and fourth down sequence, third down to Calcaterra, fourth down late to A.J. Brown, their plays were there to be made. And I know Greg Cosell talked about this with our Patreon members, and we'll go through it on tomorrow's Inside the Tape. Greg Cosell has even said he's playing so much better as far as throwing the ball down the field, but it's still kind of, I don't know if it's mind-boggling or just strange how there are plays that he's leaving on the field that are right in front of him.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Let me just add this. Jason Avant made a really good point on Q&A on our platform. He was talking to Fletcher Cox because they were all at the game for Shady's, Hall of Fame thing. And he said Fletcher would always say that Fletcher had a tough time seeing Jalen Hurts as a defender because Jalen Hurts isn't the tallest guy in the world and because the offensive line is massive. And I do wonder, having watched some of these plays where Jalen's just not throwing the ball over the middle to guys that are like 5 to 10 yards away from him, if he's just really struggles at his height with gigantic guys in front of him to see the field and see those open receivers. And if that's the case, then he and the offensive coordinator and everybody involved just have to do a better job of sort of anticipation and rhythm throwing, knowing where the receiver is going to be and when to throw the ball. This is how Drew Brees and Phillip Rivers made their living.
Yeah, and you've got, an added weapon in Saquon Barkley, who was named the Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC for the third time this year. I didn't even realize, Josh said, hey, he was the third time. I said, I didn't realize he had 199 total yards, just the impact he had on that game. He had almost take for granted now the weapon that they have added with him. And, we wondered, they spent all this money on a running back, and I was saying, look, if you spent this kind of money, they're going to use this guy. And it seems that before we have a running back who's getting yardage and is productive, now they believe we have to build stuff around because of who we have. I don't think they were building an offense because we have DeAndre Swift or we have Miles Sanders. But now it's we have this guy, and we're going to put things in because we have that guy.
Yeah, I would say in the past you saw games where the running game became the option because the matchup, remember was it last year, week 2? Like DeAndre Swift didn't touch the ball at all in week 1. And then all of a sudden against the Vikings, they're playing these really weird light fronts with just linebackers on the line of scrimmage and 2 linemen. So they ran the ball DeAndre Swift 28 times that game. And he had this huge game. But again, I don't know that they went in knowing that that's what Brian Flores was going to try to do. They always seem to go into the game wanting to throw against secondaries, which are usually not very good in the NFL when you have great weapons. And then they decide at times, nope, you know what? The running game looks really good today. Let's keep sticking with it. Whereas now they're saying, nope, we're going to go in. We're definitely going to run the ball on early downs, like you said, first and second down. And then when the opportunities present itself because we're running the ball well to really pop it deep, we're going to go and do that too.
All right, Jeff Mosher, I want to look at defense now because they did not make a trade yesterday. It was the one area where we thought maybe they didn't end up doing anything, and they kind of stuck with what they had. I don't think anybody thought that they were going to make a deal on the offensive side of the ball. But on defense, maybe that pass rusher didn't end up happening to them there. Is this defense, in your mind, still getting better and better, and that, hey, they didn't really need to add anything, that's getting better? Or do you look at them and say, while they're getting better, they're not going to get better in the one area where they need to get better, which is pass rush?
Yeah, there are 2 separate questions in there. Is this defense getting better? Absolutely, without a doubt, 100%, unequivocally, what they do better is they tackle better. The tape just shows it. Open field tackling, the linebackers have really improved in that area, 100%. They tackle better. They cover better. You're seeing tighter coverage. You're just seeing Cooper DeJean in general play the nickel spot with more awareness, more of a football IQ, and more of a physicality and athleticism than you were seeing from Avonte Maddox. So there's no question, and Quinyon Mitchell gets better every game. He learns more, that this is a better defense in the first 3 weeks just on improvement alone in some fundamental areas. But to the second part of your question, their pass rush to me is still not an elite pass rush. It still lacks that one guy like a Hassan Reddick was, or a Fletcher Cox was, or at times Brandon Graham earlier in his career. They've always seemed to have 1 or 2 of these guys who just constantly always win their one-on-ones. And the Eagles are at their best historically when they have a great 4-man rush like they did 2 years ago. I would say that right now, you're seeing Vic Fangio scheme up pressures, a lot of stunts, a lot of sim pressures, couple of edge blitzes with Cooper DeJean we saw a couple of weeks ago. I think when they play really good teams, and we're talking about like the playoffs or, when they go play, I guess maybe like the Steelers who have a good offensive line, or the Ravens, right? It's going to be difficult for them unless they're just able to manufacture that pass rush the way they've been doing it all year. The history, just as a reporter and watching for years and years, it's very, very hard to just scheme pressure week after week after week against, especially when you play the good teams. You need a guy.
It didn't seem late in the game. They were like it was almost like when the game got close, Fangio was like, I'm going to dial up some pressure because we're just not getting there.
Yeah. Yes. I think he felt he had to.
Yeah.
And imagine when it's not the 2-6 Jacksonville Jaguars and Lawrence and that offensive line, and it becomes the Baltimore Ravens, or it becomes in a few weeks the Rams, who, if they're healthy, have great playmakers, have a better offensive line when they're healthy. I mean, a couple of years ago, their offensive line was in shambles. It's getting better. Good running game, and obviously a very, very good quarterback can get rid of the ball. So what are you going to do? Because you're going to need somebody to beat their guy one-on-one consistently to be able to disrupt. Matthew Stafford. And then, of course, when you're in the playoffs and you're facing, be it whoever,
that team specifically, the Rams specifically, because the receivers are these quick, fast guys. They get the ball out quick. They let those guys catch and then, yak. So that's a team that I think is a bad matchup for you. The Rams, you play them in a couple of weeks coming up. It'll be interesting to see.
And the Ravens too. The Ravens too, because Lamar can just move around. I mean, A, if he's not feeling pressure, he's going to kill you. B, if you do get a little pressure and you scheme it, Mike, right? You're trying to sim pressure or blitz a guy. He can just carve you apart.
So what's the bet? I mean, this Dallas offense they can't run. They got one receiver. The quarterback's been a mess. Is new. The line's been a mess.
Is there a question in there?
I'm trying to see where this offense in your mind might give them problems, if at all, because it's another game where you're right. I don't know what to take away if they dominate this Dallas offense.
I think that's just listen. I think the takeaway would be you finally went down to Dallas and won a game. It's been a while.
6 straight.
It's been a long, long time. Might as well get that. Just like it had been. How long since they beat who did they beat this year?
Cincinnati. They never
Cincinnati, right. And then a couple of years ago, they went out to Denver, the Super Bowl year, right? And they went out and beat Denver for the first time in 20 years. Just go get yourself a win in Dallas, because that's the one win that an Eagle fan won't care about the style points, right? As long as you go down and win in Dallas, you're fine. The point, I think, Mike, is we all know if you're just looking at this objectively and you're a smart guy or a smart girl, you're looking at the schedule saying, you know what, until they face the Rams and the Ravens and then the Steelers, I think, and Washington right after, that's the true test right there, because you're a half game out of division. And I talked about this on the pod that dropped today. This is a huge Sunday for the Eagles. Go down and beat Dallas, because the Washington, the Commanders, who are ahead of you by a half game, have to play the Steelers. That's a tough game for them. So if they lose, you win, you get a jump there, and you're in first. Well, I guess you're in first place until bam. Then you play each other on Thursday night, and then you have a chance to extend that lead to a game and a half. If you lose to Dallas, or if you win and Washington wins, then it really comes down to these two games starting Thursday, and then the game of Christmas week, right, between you and Washington. Because when the Eagles play the Rams and the Ravens back to back, I forget who Washington plays. I don't have it in front of me, but it's really easy.
This week?
No, that's why I'm saying this week is important. If you can get this game against Dallas and they can lose to the Steelers, because Washington has Dallas and Tennessee on the same week.
Washington's
the Rams.
Washington's schedule the rest of the way it's
cake.
It's a breeze, right? I said they're going to pile up 11, 12, maybe even 13 wins. And the only way they don't pile up 11, 12, 13 is if you beat them twice.
Right.
You've got to beat them twice and then pretty much take care of some business somewhere else. This week here, you need Pittsburgh to win this game for you, I think, if you want to. Because if Pittsburgh wins this week and you win, you will then pass them. You then play them on Thursday night. You need to win that game, because after that, if they lose 2 in a row, they'll have 4 losses. I think they're going to start piling wins back up when you look at the rest of the Washington schedule. The only thing that saves is that you play them one more time late, and that could give them a potential 5th loss. I think Philly, 5 losses is probably where you're going to need to be.
I would agree with you. And when you've got Rams, Ravens, then you get the layup against the Panthers, and then Steelers, Commanders again. That's a tough 5-game stretch. If you go 3-2 in that stretch, you still have to worry about Washington again, the Steelers game notwithstanding. They have the Cowboys week 12, the Titans week 13, the Saints week 15 after a week 14 bye, and then they'll end the year on the Cowboys. So you really have to make up. You got to beat Washington and not have a rough stretch in that 5-game patch that I just mentioned.
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and, of course, InsideTheBirds.com. Always on a Wednesday here, a little football at 4. So now we started to get in the nuts and bolts of this season and this game. This Dallas defense is a disaster as well. It's pretty fun to talk about how bad this team is for once. Generally, you go in and now if you lost this game, that would be a disaster.
Oh, man, I don't want to it'd be a rough week. You wouldn't have much time to think about it, but man, if you lost this game and Washington beat the Steelers, forget it, Mike. There's going to be a lot of negativity.
And listen, if, is Parsons coming back? Do we know that yet?
Today is their practice day. We have to see if he gets out on the field. I mean, even if he does, that's not a guarantee. So I haven't been able to see if he's been on the field today or not. Signs looked encouraging for him to be able to be out there. So
their defense has been a mess. They can't get pass rush. He hasn't been on the field. Lawrence hasn't been on the field. He was back at practice today, Josh tells me. So it's at least trending there. So all these teams that have been beating up on them, they've been doing it without Lawrence and Parsons. They might get at least one of them back, but man, you've got to get this one this week, and that sets up for that. By the way, Dallas Goedert, we'll see how the week goes for him. He does say he expects to play, but needs to find out how that hamstring holds up. You've, of course, got A.J. Brown. We're going to be keeping our eyes on that, and we'll do that right here on Football at 4 throughout the week. Jeff Mosher, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, bud.
All right, Mike. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, man. Jeff Mosher, of course, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. You can watch the show right on your television at home, on your phone, your tablet. You can listen to us here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. I am Mike Gill, and this is the Sports Bash. Hey, congratulations. Our latest qualifiers, Matt in Delhaven. Now, Josh gave me a geography course on where Delhaven is actually located. I was not aware of that, but I now know. So congratulations. Is that near Wildwood?
Yes, it's within about 10-minute drive.
Oh, so he doesn't have far to go.
No, not at all.
All right. Well, congratulations, Matt in Delhaven. When I see you at Mudhen, come up and say, I'm the guy, Matt in Delhaven. So then I can put a face with Delhaven.
The man of Delhaven.
The man of Delhaven.
Matt from Delhaven.
This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Jersey Cal, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. It's like 75 degrees outside. Go get some ice cream tonight. Northfield Brigantine ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. All right, coming up next, by the way, confirmed for 99 bottles live on site, Nick's Nuggets. Yeah, how about it? He's coming up next here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccadilly Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at Piccadilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
If fashion is your thing, eBay is it. eBay's where I find all my favorites, from handbags to iconic streetwear, all authenticated. For real. This time, a little Supreme, some Gucci. I even have that vintage Prada on my watch list. That's why eBay's my go-to for all my go-tos. Yeah, eBay, the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion. eBay, things people love.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get to Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% after 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With 24 EV9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can be combined. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebates and incentives to deal. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township. And on Route 37 in Toms River.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. It's time to think about what benefits you need. AmeriHealth can help with monthly premiums as low as $0. Dental, vision, and hearing. No referrals, plus prescription drug coverage. AmeriHealth has been serving New Jersey residents for 30 years. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/help25 today. AmeriHealth offers PPO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in AmeriHealth PPO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL Week number 10, the Eagles heading to Dallas to take on the Cowboys. Philadelphia riding a 4-game win streak, sitting at 6-2. They're a half game behind Washington in the NFC East. Dallas put quarterback Dak Prescott on the IR with a hamstring injury. They'll start Cooper Rush. The Cowboys have lost 3 in a row at 3-5. The Flyers stay on the road Thursday night in Tampa to take on the Lightning, second of a 3-game road trip. Philadelphia losing to the Carolina Hurricanes in Raleigh Tuesday night 6-4, dropping back-to-back games. The Hurricanes scored 2 goals in the final minute that sealed the win. NBA, the Sixers continuing their road trip tonight, facing the Clippers in Los Angeles. Philadelphia has lost 3 in a row after falling Monday in Phoenix. Joel Embiid, who has yet to play this season, was suspended 3 games by the NBA for shoving a columnist on Saturday. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
Well, it's beautiful. November weather continues here in South Jersey. Hey, I'm Joe Kelly. Here's your South Jersey weather forecast. As we head into the night tonight, partly to mostly cloudy sky, a low temperature 61. Tomorrow, yet another beautiful day in South Jersey. Some clouds with a high temperature of 78. As of right now, the earliest chance of rain here in South Jersey doesn't happen until maybe, and that's a big maybe, Monday morning. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 433 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live, subscribe, and watch the show. Here's Nick Earnshaw. It's another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash, and they're brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast and producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nicky Earnshaw, there you are, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Mike, how are you? A lot to talk about today, and, we got to talk about the 76ers again. They're back in action tonight. We got to talk about Embiid, too.
Yeah. Did you have a late night last night?
I did. I had a late night last night. I stayed up for most of it. But yeah, I had to come on today. A little tired. When you stay up that late, sometimes you feel a little groggy the next day. You know what I had to do right before I came on the Nuggets? You know what I had to do, right? I had to have a nice energy drink so I can have the Nuggets to crash at 4:51 when we get off the Nuggets here. That's what we have to do.
Yeah, I called it quits, at a certain time last night. Well, what was I had the quad box going last night.
Wow, did you really?
Yeah, quad box. They have a channel you could watch 4 different stations at once. So everybody had their different little magic walls and this guy and that guy. You could change the audio around.
Yeah, that's pretty. I wish I had the quad box because guess what? I was flipping every channel. I was going to podcasts. I was going to all different channels, seeing all the different maps that they had set up. And someone made a great point. Someone should have had Scott Hansen out there doing like a red zone type style thing. I saw that someone tweeted that. I think a bunch of people tweeted that out.
No,
Scott
I just
Hansen
texted you.
Perfect.
I just texted you the picture of my TV last night. Take a look at that.
I gotta look at this thing. This has got to be incredible.
There's the quad box last night.
That's solid. See, every channel up. See, I was going back and forth. I'm flipping back and forth. I need the quad box. Now, is that your YouTube TV that you love so much?
Yeah, go YouTube TV. Yeah. You can do that for the football, college basketball, whatever you want. You can actually pick which stations you want to throw in there, so you get to see it. That one was actually pre-done for you. They gave you those 4, and it was all the main one. So I just went bang, 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 bang. A little BBC in there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you got to go with the outside the box a little bit, outside the country. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah,
What to hear what their input was on this. Well, I was in London this summer, so I heard a lot of feedback on what they think of our process over here.
Yeah, so it was a fascinating night. I was locked into the whole thing for the most part.
I'm just glad it's done.
No more commercials during Eagles games. No more commercials.
The commercials. That it's decided. We don't have to wait days. It's over. We can all move on with our lives. Mazel tov to the victors. And here we go. We move on with the Nuggets.
Yeah, so we got to start with the Sixers though. And Shams Charania during the madness last night came out with the 3 games that Embiid will miss the next 3. He's going to make his debut against the New York Knicks. It's the NBA Cup, Mike. I don't
care less about the NBA Cup, by the way.
Oh, I got to bring this up. I mean, the fact that he's starting the season against the New York Knicks, he's going to go up against Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know. Do they win that first game with Joel Embiid back on? I mean, what are we expecting out of Joel Embiid heading into this first game? I feel like they limit him maybe a little bit. Be cautious with him. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do. They could let him ride a little. I don't know. I don't know really what to expect. I think cautiousness would be the best bet heading into that first game. You don't want to just send him right out there.
I don't know, man. I mean, we had Hudrick on earlier, and Hudrick was talking about how, they listen to him a lot. I think Embiid is going to be fueled. I heard Hembo talking about this earlier today, and I kind of agree with him. I think Embiid is going to be fueled by all of this. Like, he's been questioned and all of that stuff. And I think this is a guy who likes the fact that this team went out and did something for him. Right? They went out and got Drummond. They went out and got Paul George. Then they went out and got Caleb Martin. They didn't stop there. They went and got Eric. I mean, they just said, look, big man, we gave you an extension. This is our shot, man. Give us all you got. We're going to manage you. We're going to let you kind of – I feel like you're going to get I don't want to say a better version than Embiid. The guy's one of the best players in the league. He won the MVP. I mean, what better version can I – although Hudrick told us earlier, he said he's in tremendous shape.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he lost 25 to 30 pounds. There was reporting, coming out. He said it that he lost weight over the summer, which is fantastic. It's all the concern is the knee, and hopefully he's ready to go. I'm going to be cautious to see how he performs and how much they utilize him and let him just do his thing in that first game against the New York Knicks. Going to be fascinating stuff. But my question is, was it a little too much to give him 3 games for this? I feel like 3 is a lot of games to give Embiid at this point in the year. I mean, was it too much? I think it might have been a little too much from the NBA.
I'm wondering, if this was in, collaboration of, listen, he's not going to play Wednesday and Friday, but if you want him to play Tuesday, just give him a 3-gamer. We'll keep him. I don't know. I'm just speculating on that, but I think they were just trying to get to a happy medium to say, listen, this can't happen. We can't have a player pushing a reporter. So I think it might have been all agreed upon of like, all right, should it be 5? Should it be 2? Let's go in the middle and just say you're out west. You have a home game on Tuesday. We'll let them come back for that.
You know what? We forgot to omit in the beginning of the season because all the chaos, we were so locked in on what was happening, all this stuff that's going on with them beating the Sixers. Remember last year, towards the end, we started talking about the villain arc of Joel Embiid. I mean, the villain arc of villain Joel Embiid is off to a roaring start, to say the least. I mean, he kind of turned into that villain a little bit last year. It's bled through the summer and now through the start of the season. I mean, the villain arc of Joel Embiid, it's off to a masterful start if we're looking at it from that perspective, Mike.
Well, listen, Embiid is another one. We were talking about all show today. Is there a disconnect with Nick Sirianni? You know, the guy's 40-19. People don't like him. He's reckless, all this stuff. Embiid is at that point where there are people who have Embiid fatigue.
Yeah.
You don't win. Like, we're in a different world now. Back in the day, you had a player who played for one franchise. He was your guy for 10, 15 years. He was our guy. And now after 5, 6, 7, 8 years, if the guy doesn't win, you want to move on. You're ready to start over. Give me somebody different. This guy can't get the job done. And I wonder, like, if that's where some people are getting with Joel. I say all the time, listen, I would lose 72 games again to be able to have Joel Embiid play for my team. I love watching him. I think he's like a unicorn. You get a guy that no one else has. Is he frustrating? Absolutely. But the alternative is, look, people act like if you don't have Joel Embiid, you're just going to, voila, end up with Kevin Durant in his prime, LeBron in his prime, Curry in his prime. There's only so many guys that are at the level that can win you championships. I think Joel is one of those guys. He just hasn't – the team hasn't been good enough, and he hasn't been healthy enough to get that done. But all the guys I just mentioned, Durant took years to win a championship. LeBron took years to win a championship. You know, Curry, he didn't win one right away. It takes the right team, the right group of guys, the right moment. I'm hoping that happens for Joel. I don't know that it will, but I hope we don't push this guy out of town.
Yeah, it's the thing because he's getting into those early 30 years and the injury history's been there and he's a big man. That's what I think people are so concerned about. And it feels like the window is really, really shrinking. I think that's what the frustration mostly is. But the villain arc of Joel Embiid, maybe this propels him to a championship. I mean, this is one of the better teams they've had, the better roster constructions they had. They have some assets at the deadline they can move to continue to improve this team heading into the postseason. Remember, it's only November 6th. It's November. They haven't even touched the Christmas game yet. All-Star break isn't even here. Like, there are still a lot of this season just started. There's a lot of basketball left to be played. And once you get into that February, March, April, that's when you start like, okay, now it's for real. Now you have to, all right, let's lock in. Is he healthy? Is this team relatively together? Are they playing well? Where's their seating at? Then it's like, all right, we're locked in, but there's still a lot of time left to get this team right and together. Remember, we could be forgetting about this in a couple of months and like, oh yeah, remember that at the beginning of the year? That was pretty funny. Kind of like the Phillies did in 2022 when they fired Joe Girardi. Remember how bad that start was? They end up in a World Series at the end. So there's so much that can happen in the next couple of months. That's where I think the 76ers are at.
Yeah, and listen, before we move on to the next nug here, I am not ready to be like, this season's a disaster. This team will be fine. You get Joel back, Paul George, the way, Maxey, those three guys playing. You just saw the difference by just having Paul George in that lineup the other night. This team will be fine. Are they going to win the NBA championship? Fine. That I can't guarantee. But you get Joel back. Now, when he gets back, there's a good possibility that they're 1-8.
Yeah, I mean they could be.
Right, they lose the next 3 nights. You're 1-8. Now I think they'll win. I think they might win tonight or Friday, one of those two. And then the Hornets, I just saw LaMelo was on the injured list. I don't know that he's out, but he has a little bit of an ankle problem. But if you can get 2 out of these 3 and then Embiid comes back, that really starts the momentum for kind of getting this season off the ground.
Yeah, 1-8 would not be ideal if they're at the bottom of the barrel in the East. So we'll see when he comes back. I will probably be in the nosebleeds for that return. You know I'll be up there. All right, nugget number 2.
All
we
right,
got to move on.
Nosebleed.
You know we got to be up there. All right. Nugget number 2, we're going to talk about the Eagles a little bit. Saquon Barkley, NFC Offensive Player of the Week for the 3rd time this year. He won also in week 1 and Week 7. That was against the Packers and the Giants, respectively. Saquon's been unbelievable this year. Since the bye week, the Eagles have been running the ball the most in the NFL. They're running at a 60% clip on early downs. So that is something that's been a change. Remember, last year you had people with signs going out and saying, run the ball in front of the NovaCare complex. So that's a bit of a change. But with Saquon Barkley now, Mike, that play from last week, him jumping backwards, we never saw that. Is that play of the year type material with the way Saquon's been? Remember, Garrett Wilson, same week, had that one-handed catch. Which one you going with? Saquon Barkley backwards or Garrett Wilson?
I'm going Saquon Barkley backwards because I've seen the one-hand catch before. That's something I don't think I've ever seen. It's he broad jumped another human being in the middle of a game. He literally broad jumped him, and it got him more yards. Now, it wasn't like – it would have been even bigger if he had broad jumped him and then spun and was able to break off for a touchdown run. The fact that he broad jumped him and got him like a couple extra yards. But it's something we've never seen. The one-handed catch, listen, I know it's impressive. I'm not downplaying. I always thought the most overrated thing ever was the Odell Beckham one-handed catch. And
really?
Why? Because these guys are elites of the elites. They have that catch in their sleep. These guys can catch a ball with one hand in their sleep. I'm not impressed by doing something that I could do. I could catch a ball with one hand. Now, listen, at the speed and all that stuff, I understand. But my point is, I think we're not giving those guys enough credit at how second nature that is to them.
I hear the second part. I'm with you. The last part right there, I don't think we're giving enough credit. It's impeccable to make a one-handed catch. Remember, you're going backwards, you're running a route, you have a defender on you, as well as making the catch. So that's impressive. But
listen, Wilson's was impressive. He had a guy like on him, all that
get
stuff.
The feet down.
But I get all that. But these guys, I guess I believe that they are so good that this is almost like second nature to them.
All right. I think it's massively impressive. But the Saquon, I think I will go slight edge Saquon just because I never saw someone jump backwards over a guy.
Put it this way, Nicky Earnshaw. I think a lot of receivers – now, listen, it's impressive that they do it, but I think a lot of guys could do it, like the instinctual moment.
Right.
I don't know how many people in the instinctual moment could be backwards, broad jump over a guy. Like, that to me is something that is probably very few people can do. The one-handed catch, I know it's impressive. I'm not taking anything away, but I think a lot of even like the schmuck the fourth receiver in your team could go up and make a one-handed catch because he's just that talented.
All right. I just can't believe you think the Odell Beckham's overrated. I mean, he's bending backwards. Even as someone who's watched the Eagles, he's a giant. I'm like
that Odell Beckham catch.
Put him good.
Listen, it's about the only thing that we can remember about his career.
Exactly.
He hasn't done anything, and that's my point. That catch put him on a level that made him a better player than he really actually was.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that play, that'll be remembered forever. Now, if you go helmet catch for that catch, if you're a Giants fan, I think I might go helmet catch because of the moment too. I think that's another point too. I mean, listen, the Odell catch was on Sunday Night Football, I believe, against Dallas. So their moments were pretty big in both of them. But Super Bowl, I think helmet catch might be more impressive for the Giants this week. Barkley jumping backwards, I'll give the slight edge just because not many people can do that.
The helmet catch is because the concentration that it takes that once everything is happening, that he continued to focus on keeping his hands and the ball around the football and on his helmet and not allowing it to hit the ground.
Yeah. Very impressive. Saquon Barkley, all related back to the Giants. He's now an Eagle. It's all New York, Philadelphia here with these impressive plays. I will go slight edge to Saquon. All right, final nugget before we go. I was talking to a buddy about Jalen Hurts, and he brought up these stats to me, and I was very impressed before and after the bye week. And I think A.J. Brown had a little bit to do with this. So Jalen post-bye, his passer rating is 127.6. And Jalen pre-bye week was 85.7, 2-2 records, 7 turnovers, 6 touchdowns. Now he's at 12 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. I think a little bit also has to do with that they're running the ball more effectively with Saquon Barkley, using him more so often. But it also gets me thinking, Mike, that's essentially the preseason that started this season. Remember, he didn't play any. These guys don't play much in the preseason anymore. Essentially, it took him a couple games to get going. I think it had a little bit to do with that. He had the bye week. They fixed some things. But after that bye week, he was ready to rock. And I think because of the no preseason games, I think that has a little bit to do with it, with these numbers.
Yeah, no question. And keep in mind, we forget, A.J. Brown got hurt, and he missed 3 games in there. And then he played a game without Brown and Smith and no Lane Johnson. You don't want to make excuses, but listen, I'm not going to be the best version of my, if Josh is out, the day that Josh doesn't work and I either don't have a producer or there's somebody else producing the show's different, right? I mean, so yeah, that factors in. And I think we forgot that, hey, A.J. Brown got hurt and he missed 3 games. A.J. Brown's pretty darn important, so we can't discount what a guy of that magnitude not being. Look at San Francisco right now. They don't have McCaffrey. And yes, they had the kid Mason. He was getting them by for a little bit. But long term, you can't play at the best level if McCaffrey's not in there every single week. You might be able to do it 1 week or 2 weeks, but not every week. The consistency isn't there. So to think that Hurts was going to be consistent while A.J. Brown and Smith are not in the game, I think that's was an oversight.
Yeah, and early on in the season, I mean, look at the Saints. I mean, they started off the season 2-0, fell apart after that Eagles game, got hurt, and they've now fired their coach and had a fire sale at the trade deadline. So at the beginning of the season, I feel like now really more than ever is an outlier to what can happen the rest of the year. Because there's so many games, so much can change early on. I feel like sometimes we're putting way too much pressure on the beginning of the year. Let things marinate a little bit.
Well, listen, it's the nature of a fan. I have no problem with it. I can certainly say that's not the way that I consume games. I'm not an irrational type of fan. Some people are. That's just different. I'm not saying you're wrong. Listen, I have a job because people are irrational. I understand it. I can't wrap my head around it sometimes, but I don't have any problem that that's the way that people consume games. We just consume it differently. So everybody wants to win every play, every second, every minute. I'm not like that. I understand. Like, to me, you set things up. So sometimes you'll take the loss on a play to win it in a game down the road. We just have different ways of looking at things sometimes. That's all.
Yep, we're all different. We all look at things a little bit differently sometimes. All right, Mike, that's a 3-pack of nuggets for you today. I will see you tomorrow.
And Nicky Nuggets is going to be at 99 Bottles at Mud Hen, and this person will be there too. I need caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you will be at this year's 99 Growlers party live at Mudhead Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you are now entered for this year's 99 Growlers party. You have a chance to win tickets, including Eagles, Steelers, club box seats, Sixers, Flyers, concert tickets, and tickets to area shows from all over the region. Caller 7, it's our biggest party of the year, and we're doing it at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood. Wednesday, November 27th, caller 7. We'll see you there. Good luck.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey for 3 from the left side, and that's good. Maxey found the space, back-to-back threes. He's got 31.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go. During Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matte Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Mad Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Mad Black Nissan.
1 through tier 1 credit for Nissan. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at 689.9. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Mad Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ah, sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil Nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for price and participation, which varies. Drinks and speed freezes. Tax extra.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first, before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be-in-the-room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, if you have ugly,
yellow toe fungus, you gotta hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up? We've got another hour to go. We got to congratulate first our latest qualifier, Rob in Little Egg Harbor. We'll see you at Mudhen in Wildwood, Rob. Sixers tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. I got to imagine the whole Joel Embiid thing and the way this season has gotten off the ground. People have probably not been all that tuned into the Sixers. I've watched a little bit. I got to say, not as much as I generally do at this time. The West Coast trip, they played late. They're going to play late again tonight. They'll play late again on Friday, so it's not conducive to just getting kind of into the season. They got off to a bad start, and they're 1-5. But we'll take a look at this Sixers team tomorrow after the game tonight against the Clippers. Paul George will play his second game. Joel Embiid, for those of you who haven't been paying attention or you live under a rock, he got suspended. He is missing 3 games tonight, Friday, and Saturday. He is scheduled to make his debut for the 76ers this season on Tuesday night against the Knicks. So we asked in the first hour of the show, we got a lot of people on this one. What is the disconnect with Nick Sirianni, right? So I do think that a lot of the text messages, and I get a chance to read all of them. I'm going to try to see if I can bang out a couple more here because there was a lot of text messages that, listen, when you guys text into the show or you're watching the video and you comment on the video stream, that we try to, at least read them and see if we can comment on them as much as we can. Now, we don't always try. We can only get to as many as we can. But I got this one from Phil. He says, Mike, I waited on this Monday. The only issue I had with Sirianni going for it was the one instance where he went for it late in the third instead of kicking a field goal and going up 2 scores knowing AJ was out. That's it. Going for it all the other times is fine, but I'm going for it in this particular game at this particular point against this particular team made 0 sense to me. Phil, I agree with you. Listen, I just because I can understand why they do it doesn't mean I agree with it. People get confused sometimes. Like somebody texted in, I want to bring this text message up a little bit earlier. I don't like the analytics. I don't like analytics. I am not a fan of the analytics of baseball, football, anything. But I understand that that's the way the game is. And if I don't at least say that's the way the game is, then I'm just going to drive myself mad. So one of the things that we discussed earlier is, look, the organization makes a philosophy. This is who we are. This is what we want to be. And as I was doing some research in this during one of the breaks, I'm looking at teams that go for it on fourth down and their percentages. You look at some of these teams that go for it on fourth down. I told you the article we were reading about the Atlanta Falcons earlier. The article is suggesting that the main reason that Atlanta is who they are and what they've become this season, which is in first place, they just, they beat Philadelphia. They just beat up on Dallas. This is a team that's probably going to go to the playoffs, Atlanta, 6-3. And they're attributing it to how aggressive they are. And I think what Phil has said is right. That's the one thing you have to take away from this game. Okay, Sirianni is going by the book. But does he have enough understanding that the book isn't always right? That, yes, there's a tool that's going to help guide me. But that doesn't necessarily, in this situation, I'm going to follow that. And that's what I'm wondering whether Nick is capable of understanding. And whether the team is capable of letting him make that decision in the moment. Or are they basically saying, you've got to follow what the sheet says no matter what? And I don't think that that's the case. Somebody says, Mike, BC and Bowers Beach checking in. Mike, this is a new breed of the CEO coach. This is Nick. Nick is going to continue to be aggressive. And then what are the odds that the Eagles go 0 for 3 on 2-point conversions again or 0 for 2 on the tush push again? That's a really interesting point, BC. The Eagles were overly aggressive the other day, and they didn't convert on any of them. What happens if they converted them? What's the conversation today? How are we handling the fact that if they went 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions and converted on those fourth downs that they did not convert, the 4th and inches and the 4th and 3, let's say they ended up with touchdowns there. You're at 14 more points on the board, and now we're talking about a game that they blew the doors off this team. That's the trade-off. That, I think, is the trade-off. BC is right. What are the odds they go 0 for 3 on 2-point conversions? Let's say they go 2 for 3. Okay, now they have 4 extra points instead of no points. And now the score is 26. Right? What was the final? No, they scored they scored 28. So if you add 4 more points, now they're at 32. And let's say they scored 2 touchdowns on those 4 because they went for it on 4th down. They resulted in touchdowns. So you add 14 points. Well, maybe they would have gone for 2 again. But you add 14 points to the mix there. 32 and another 14, right? You're up to 46 points. So you're like, wow, this team just blew the doors off this team. That's what the Eagles' philosophy is. They would rather have said, we won that game 46 to whatever Jacksonville ended up with, but they're willing to end up with the result that they got. Now, you might say it almost cost them the game. That's a chance they're willing to take.
And I think that's where, for a lot of people, living in those hypotheticals, it's hard for them to wrap their minds around because it didn't happen, so they can't see the other side of it of, well, what could have happened. It's like, for example, this week on Get Up, Mike, on Tuesday and Wednesday, Jeff Saturday, he mentioned it last week, he's mentioned it again this week. He keeps bringing up the fact that the Eagles could be 7-1 right now instead of 6-2. And it got to the point this morning on Get Up where, like, they're all yelling at him, like, over top of each other, like, stop bringing it up, stop bringing it up.
Well, Mosher yelled at me when I brought it up.
Right. So, but the point is that you have to bring these hypotheticals up, like the Barkley drop, like the if you would have made it on the 4th down, if you would have made it on the 2-point conversion, because you have to bring into the context. I know it's hard for people to do sometimes, but you have to open your mind and understand that there's another side to that coin. The what if.
Yeah, I will say this, though. I don't know that if the Eagles, if Barkley catches that ball and they're 7-1, I don't think people feel any better or different about this team. I really don't.
And is that because of who Sirianni is? But then no matter what, they just look at that guy and they get cringe from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes back to the question, the disconnect here. Mike, what if I told you the Falcons are better because they went from Desmond Ridder and Tyler Heinicke to Kirk Cousins? I would agree with you, but they also I mean, they also are part of the success that Atlanta is having, and this is an interesting part of the story, is they have been poor on third down.
Right.
They're one of the worst teams in the league on third down conversions. But they have become this team that has become aggressive, and they are one of the higher converting teams on fourth down. So, yeah, their quarterback is better, but they also have a more aggressive mindset because of the quarterback. Because they have Kirk Cousins, they feel more – that goes back to trusting your players. You literally just answered the question for yourself. I mean, I'm sorry I had to explain it to you, but you just explained it. You can't be aggressive because I don't trust Desmond Ridder. I don't trust Taylor Heineke. You know what? I trust Kirk Cousins, so guess what? Because I have trust in him, I can be more aggressive as the coach. And the article that I'm referencing, I was saying I just picked a random team and just Googled Falcons fourth down conversions. And the article that came up basically said the reason why they are where they are is because they've been one of the most aggressive teams on fourth down, and they're converting. They're like 11 of 14 on fourth down this year. Well, they don't go for those fourth downs in the past because, like this guy said, they have Desmond Ridder. Of course they're not going to go for it because they don't trust Desmond Ridder. The Eagles, you just answered the question. The Eagles trust Jalen Hurts. They trust A.J. Brown. They trust Saquon Barkley. They trust Smith. They trust their offensive line. They trust on fourth and inches that they are good enough to get that. You, as a fan, are saying, I don't trust these players enough to get an inch. And they're saying, we do. I can't fault them for that. Like, it's fourth and inches, and they're saying, listen, I've always said this. This goes back to before the whole analytics nonsense. If you are, in your mind, a Super Bowl level team, and you don't believe you can't get a yard, then you're not a Super Bowl level team. You better believe you can get a yard. Because if you can't fight and get one freaking yard, you're not good enough to win the Super Bowl. Now, you might not get it every time, but you better have the mindset of it's fourth down and inches, and there's not even a question. We are getting that yard. And guess what? Atlanta now thinks we can get that yard. So, yeah, they have Kirk Cousins. It makes the whole team believe that they can get that yard. When your quarterback's Desmond Ridder, guess what? That coach doesn't believe he can get that yard. I got news for you. He don't believe he can get that yard. And by the way, they have a new coach because the old coach didn't believe in Desmond Ridder. They didn't go for it on fourth down. They talked about the discrepancy in fourth down last year and this year because they have a new coach, and he says, we trust our team. We're converting. We're going to keep doing it. And sometimes it doesn't go your way. It's, I think the point that the guy from Bowers Beach, I always love that now because I drove past Bowers Beach. So now I have a reference point of where that actually is. The guy wrote, right, BC from Bowers Beach. And I'm like, where the hell is this? And now I know where it is. It's pretty far into Delaware, by the way.
Yeah, it's deep in there. You got to go.
Oh, it's like in the middle. It's like in the middle of the state.
Well, I mean, the bridge is up here, and you have to go down.
Or if you're going from the south, you have to go up.
That's true, too.
Which is where we went. We went from Dewey up because we didn't take the ferry home. We only took the ferry there.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So on the way back, we drove past Bowers Beach. So BC was saying, what are the chances they go over whatever on those conversions? And he's right. Like that's what their thought process is. They're saying, what are the chances we get stopped 3 times in a game going for 2? So if you think this week coming up, that, and it was during one of the breaks, I was reading this whole thing about when they go for 2 and when not. And it was basically saying when the ball, in 2015, they moved the kick. Has it really been that long, by the way? 9 years since they moved the extra point back to the 15-yard line?
Can you believe it?
It's crazy. So when they moved the kick back to the 15-yard line, and there was a defensive penalty on the play, on the extra point.
On the extra point, right.
They gave the team the choice to move the ball to the 1-yard line. And initially, teams were not really doing anything with that. But now more and more and more teams are saying, you're going to give us the ball on the 1 yard line. We believe we can get the yard. Now, I don't know. I have to look at that chart. I don't have time to do it during the break there, but there's a whole chart, blah, 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 of when time and score becomes an issue with that chart. Like, in other words, I'm talking about this with McMullen this morning on his show.
Mm-hmm.
In the second quarter of a game, the Eagles, they don't care. They're going for 2 in the second quarter. It's a second quarter. They're like, it's a second quarter game.
Right.
We, the fans, are saying go up 2 scores. And the Eagles are saying, don't care. It's a second quarter. So they're going to go for 2. They're going to try to add points as opposed to be safe.
Right.
Us fans are saying take the points. But when you convert and get the points, it's not really a conversation. Now, some people are these crotchety olds, and they're like, I don't care that you got 2. You should have taken the 1.
Right.
Right? It's never going back to that.
No. And I think that's part of the other side of this is that, you and I just talked about BC and Bowers Beach in Delaware, right? Well, you referenced it from one part of the state, south going up. I referenced it from north going south. It's the same thing with football. It's the idea that there are people who are coming at this from an angle, but guess what? That angle you're coming at it from doesn't exist anymore. That way to get to your destination, no one else is doing it anymore. There's no team in the NFL that is doing it that way. And that goes back to the comment you made, Mike, a couple hours ago. You said that,
I do want to research that. I will say this. In the games that I watch, okay, now maybe you can find this statistic. In the games that I watch, I find that when there's a penalty and the ball gets moved to the 1 yard line, they will take the point off the board and go for 2. I have seen that numerous times this year. It happens a lot when you're watching the primetime games, too, because they seem to talk about it a lot in those primetime games, right? That when there's a touchdown scored and there is a penalty on the extra point, that the team will then make the decision to move the ball to the 1 yard line and then go for 2. I see that very often. I would like to see, though, because I'm making somewhat of a blanket statement just based on my viewing, not based on what the statistics are on this thing. I'm sure they're out there somewhere on how many teams go for 2 when the ball gets moved to the 1 yard line. As opposed to, like, and here's the problem, like the guy, Phil, who texted in. Phil's a great listener. He always asks great questions and stuff. And he said, I don't have problems with any of the other times. It was the one. I agree. That's the one that I would have a problem with. It's that one where it was 22-16, and they had a chance to make it, extend the lead to a score. And they ended up, it was 4th down and inches, I want to say. Phil, if you're listening, you can tell me if that's the play you're talking about. It was 4th down and inches, and they went for it, and they didn't get it. Now, I don't like the play that they called. That was one of the problems I had. Like, okay, it's 4th down and inches. You go for it? All right, you can convince me of that. But I didn't like the play that they ended up calling. They threw like a rollout pass. You had that tush push. That's who you are. Use that tush push.
So I haven't found exactly what you're looking for yet, but I found a couple of related stats and information.
Yeah, I couldn't find it for like this season. I've seen it for like over like when teams go, why, but not like statistically speaking.
So according to the information I have in front of me, and this is from an article research from The Athletic, the top 10% of NFL offenses over the last decade all convert 2-point attempts 59% of the time, and they all go for it at least 2/3 of the time that they have the option to on that extra point.
Right. So that tells me that they will go for it pretty much all throughout the game.
Right.
The only time they won't is if, okay, now we're in the 4th quarter. That changes the thought process. I think as they're in the 2nd quarter of a game, they don't care about the math.
Correct. The other stat I found, which is interesting, Mike, is So there are only 3 teams in the NFL who have not gone for a 2-point attempt this year. That means all 29 teams have gone at least once.
Well, that's not surprising. I mean, there's always a situation where you're losing, you have to try to go for 2, all that stuff. I mean, that's not a surprise.
The Eagles on the year are 2 for 5. That means before Sunday, Mike, when they were 0 for 3, right? Before that, they were perfect going for 2 points this year.
Well, because they have the tush push.
So are we really going to treat one game like it's the decisive moment for the entire season?
Right. So that's why I'm glad you brought the stats up. I mean, so if you convert a play 90% of the time, you're going to run it.
Right.
And by the way, you'd be a fool not to.
And if you only go from 90% to 80%, are you just going to say, doggone it, we lost 10% of the time, so we're never doing that again?
Yeah.
That's craziness.
I feel like, I'm interested to see, though, moving forward here. I'm interested to see if they do evolve their mindset a little bit and say, listen, let's get, we're up 8, let's go up 2 score. I mean, we're up, what were they up? 22-0. They had a chance to make it a 3-score game. Or what was the score? Was it 22-0?
Well, they were 22-0 halfway through the third quarter. That's when things started going sideways.
Well, and then as he said, that fumble play was ridiculous. They did get
not a fumble.
By the way, they had the 2-point conversion, which I think they actually did convert.
I mean, it looked like they got it, but then they said they didn't get it. But again, they said that Saquon fumbled it, and he actually looked like he was down. So officiating didn't help you there.
By the way, John McMullen tweeted out 30 seconds ago, Fred Johnson did not practice today. He hopes to be ready to play. We know Jordan Mailata is not going to play in the game, so that's one. I am looking for information on A.J. Brown. I have not seen
A.J. Brown was taking wide receiver drills today. I saw a couple of videos of him doing that.
Tyler Steen got reps at left tackle today, so Fred Johnson out at practice. Now he hopes to play. By the way, Jalen Hurts did not practice today. It was a rest day.
Yeah, he told the media he's a rest day, and the quote I saw that made me laugh, he says, I just do what I'm told.
So he's getting load managed.
He's getting load managed.
Like what kind of pressure? I guess maybe the reps on his arm. AJ and Dallas were at practice today.
Yeah, Dallas said he's hoping to play in Dallas.
Yeah.
There was a horrible picture of Dallas Goedert making rounds around the media. Like, poor Dallas. He could have not let him comb his hair before they took a picture of him.
He always looks disheveled.
You think so?
Yeah. He's got the hair straggling all over the place. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him with a picture where his hair looks combed.
I mean, I've seen him with hats on, so usually he covers it up.
There's a nice picture of him on the sideline. Somebody else, I think it's Reed Blankenship. And it's their reaction of watching in real time Saquon Barkley doing the jump. Yeah.
My favorite is the Kobe Dean one, where him and Jalen Carter are just losing their minds on the sideline.
Listen, to see that thing in real time, like if you were standing on the sideline, had to be unbelievable.
Well, especially when you're talking about these are other elite athletes, right? It's like when you have.
Well, that's why the answer to the question from the Nuggets today, what's more impressive, the one-handed catch from Garrett Wilson or the Saquon play?
To me, it's got to be Saquon. Because as you just mentioned, when elite athletes react that way to you doing something, that changes the conversation.
Would you rather play Dallas with Cooper Rush or Trey Lance?
Probably Trey Lance just because he hasn't played at all.
But does it, he hasn't played all, you don't know anything about him. Rush, you've at least seen and know he stinks.
Yeah, but the problem with the Cooper Rush thing is we know he at least knows the offense.
Well, so Lance has been there for over a year now.
I have no idea if he could run the offense or not.
I don't either, but that's my point is I don't know anything about, if you're the Eagles, you're saying, I don't know anything about this guy. I mean, think about a guy like Jordan Love who sat for 3 years. Could this be what Lance needed, just to sit and learn an offense for a year, and now he has a grasp of it? I don't know.
It's a good theory, but I think the difference is that Jordan Love's head coach was Matt LaFleur.
Well, Mike McCarthy did win a Super Bowl.
Yes. in the most literal
Hey,
sense.
listen, you can't be the guy that's ripping the people for not respecting Nick Sirianni's record and then laugh about McCarthy. Then you're a hypocrite.
Good point. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I mean, McCarthy's won a lot of games. He's won a lot of games with this team. 13, 12 games. I mean, they win. Now, they're beat up right now. I think they're not as good as they've been the last couple of years. But I do think the element of McCarthy that's the problem for him is the game is changing.
And he hasn't evolved.
And I don't know that he's evolved with the game changing. It goes with everything. Now, I don't think the Dallas Cowboys utilize analytics as much as a team like Philadelphia does.
I would still go Trey Lance because I think Lance has less football to reference, and you can confuse him more.
Sports Bash Live. Mike Gill here. I want to tell you about Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, EHT. They're ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. I love this place. It's one of my favorite spots to go out with a bunch of people, too. You get a big party because then you can order a bunch and try everything. The portions are huge. Check out their Eagles football special, free tandoori spicy chicken wings the week the Eagles win for dine-in customers. It's the number 2 rated restaurant in all of New Jersey from NJ.com. Again, go out with a big party. You know, four is not a big party, but, you know, at least you get a couple extra chances to try everything on the menu. Go out with 6, 8, and everybody gets something different. It's a great spot. Nizam's Indian Restaurant, right there in front of Boscov's in Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 30 minutes until the 99 Growlers Sounder. Listen for that. Another chance to enter coming up.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccalilli Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccalilli Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at piccalilli.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Shop Black Friday deals early at JCPenney. Kick off the weekend with women's boots, now $19.99 a pair. Clean up on Home Expressions bath towels, only $2.99 each. Plus, bundle up the fam and outerwear starting at just $17.99. Shop thousands of deals all weekend long at real Black Friday prices. More holiday, bigger savings. JCPenney, make it count. Offers valid on select styles 11/8 through 11/10. Deals excluded from coupons. See store or jcp.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung. Ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Oh, yeah, it's on. Matt Black Nissan.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. Matt Black Nissan.com. It's on at Matt Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Sixers center Joel Embiid suspended 3 games by the league for shoving a columnist on Saturday in their game against Memphis. Embiid is yet to play this season. He is scheduled to return to the Sixers lineup Tuesday when they take on the Knicks. Philadelphia in action tonight out in Los Angeles, facing the Clippers and looking to snap a 3-game losing skip. The Flyers fell to the Carolina Hurricanes on Tuesday night 6-4 as the Hurricanes scored 2 goals in the final minute to seal the win. Philadelphia has dropped back-to-back games. They stay on the road Thursday. They're in Tampa to take on the Lightning. NFL, the Eagles riding a 4-game win streak will be in Dallas to take on the Cowboys. Philadelphia at 6-2, second-best rushing attack in the NFL. Dallas put quarterback Dak Prescott on the IR with a hamstring injury. They will start Cooper Kupp. They sit at 3-5 and looking to snap a 3-game losing skid. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Here is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Plackett. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Weather's beautiful. November weather continues here in South Jersey. Hey, I'm Joe Kelly. Here's your South Jersey weather forecast. As we head into the night tonight, partly to mostly cloudy sky, a low temperature 61. Tomorrow, yet another beautiful day in South Jersey. Some clouds with a high temperature of 78. As of right now, the earliest chance of rain here in South Jersey doesn't happen until maybe, and that's a big maybe, Monday morning. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 531 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. Subscribe for more content. You got the free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. We got the Bet365 play of the day. I think I split those games last night. I think I pushed one of them, actually. I could have.
I know you didn't get the Bowling Green one right.
No, I didn't.
But I keep forgetting to check the Miami of Ohio Ball State
I think
game.
I pushed on that one because on the Bet365, they voided me out.
They voided you?
Well, on a push.
How could they void you on a hook?
I think when I actually got the number, it was 48.
Oh.
Yep.
So well, then maybe you won that
one. Maybe.
Because I have written down 48.5.
Gotcha.
That was the number you gave me last
I think it was 48. So I lost.
It was 48, so you actually got that one right.
Oh, okay. So I think I went 1-1.
So your first instinct was right. You should have.
Well, I only because instinct. I bet it and I lost, and it pushed, it voided. I didn't realize that when it was on the air, there was a hook. When I got to it, there was no hook.
So the lesson learned is when Mike Gill gives you the number, take that number. Don't take the number an hour later.
No, I won. Yeah, take that number when I give it to you.
Yeah, because that one was right.
Mm-hmm.
The number later wasn't so right.
I got the Bet365 play of the day coming up in just a little bit. All right, time for today's Big Three.
Mike, I was watching some Get Up this morning. It's become a bit of a staple of my morning routines as I'm bouncing.
You're a Get Up guy, huh?
I'm a get-up guy.
Yeah, I mean, I see it every once in a little while. I'm not a big morning shouting out at each other TV guy.
I mean, I don't mind it because I'm also not like, standing in front of the TV watching it. It's more like running in the background while I'm doing stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Kind of deal.
Now, see, in the morning, I barely ever turn the TV on.
I'm the kind of guy who turns the TV first thing in the morning.
Oh, yeah? Nah. Well, I'll tell you this. My girlfriend was working from home for a while.
Okay.
She's no longer working from home for a while. It's a couple days she does, but they split like 2 on the whatever. So, we get up, drink the coffee, and then once I drink the coffee and stuff, I start to get ready to come here.
Gotcha.
People don't realize, like, I'm here usually by like 9 o'clock.
You also live like 10 minutes away.
I'd be here by 9 o'clock whether I lived an hour away. I have stuff that I got to do. I can't just come rolling in like you whenever I come when you feel like it. I get here and I got to get a 4-hour show put together. Come on, man.
Just roll that one up on me. Jeez.
Well, you tried to make an excuse for why I get here so early. That's not the case.
Well, I'm just saying it helps.
I'm up. Put it this way.
You are a morning person.
I'm awake early enough that I could get here. Like, I've considered moving this show to the morning because I'm up at that time now. You want to do a morning show or the afternoon?
Let's put it this way. What's going to pay me more?
Good question. Good question. I don't know that that would affect either of our salaries.
Dagnabbit.
Yeah. I mean, if that was the case, we'd be moving to mornings.
Well, Mike, here in the afternoon on the Big Three, it's being brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions. Next event at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City, featuring not 1, not 2, but 3 South Jersey undefeated boxers. Atlantic City's Justin Figueroa, Apps Academy High School's Bruce Selden Jr., and Pleasantville's Francisco Cisco Kid Rodriguez, all in action on Saturday, November 16th. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com for the boxing event of the holiday season on Saturday, November 16th. As mentioned earlier, Mike, I did get up this morning. And one of the comments Dominique Foxworth said I thought was very interesting because he had a criticism for Sirianni and the Eagles that I have not heard anyone else bring up yet. I want your reaction to this.
He deserves some credit for the success that they've had. The only question I have left for Nick Sirianni is, what's your next move? Once you have established that you can win this one way, people figure it out. The league changes. You need to develop another punch, and they haven't done that yet. In the last 2 years, their talent has carried them.
I don't hear the rest of the context, so what does he think their one move is?
The run game. They're running the ball. And
I don't agree with him there. They're the most explosive offensive league. They have the most 38 explosive plays. They lead the league.
So if you take away the explosive plays in the run game, what are they?
Well, that's different. You're saying that he's saying the run game's all they have.
Well, he means with the way their offense is functioning right now. Because the question on the show is, are the Eagles basically legitimate? Like the way they're winning right now, is it legitimate?
If they run the ball like they are now, meaning early downs, they're running the ball first and second down, as opposed to throwing it on first and second down and then being behind the sticks where it's 3rd down and 8. They're running the ball early in the downs. So now they have, 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 5, and then they run it again. Now it's 2nd and 2 or 2nd and 1. So if they keep that mentality where we're running the ball early, they can set up play action down the field. They can keep that big play mentality going. The next phase, and I don't know that this is Sirianni, I think it's Kellen Moore, is the next phase to utilize Dallas Goedert in the middle of the field, maybe run some more patterns to the middle of the field, more routes to the middle of the field, get Jahan Dotson maybe a little tiny involved in the offense, and find ways to get him the ball. But if they do what they're doing well, run the ball early in the downs, that should open up what they do. Now, if you're having one of those days where that's all the teams, right? I mean, everybody likes to do what they do well.
So you're saying that their 1-2 punch of the running game and the big plays, that is good enough?
I mean, everybody has, I would like to hear what he's saying Detroit, they have a 1-2 punch. They have a running attack, and they're a big play.
Well, isn't that part of the problem here? No one's complaining about Detroit. They're only complaining about the Eagles. Doesn't it go back to the conversation we're having?
But that's my point is, these teams, that's who they are. That's what they do. The Eagles run the ball. well. But because they run the ball well, that opens up their big play ability.
Correct.
And they have two receivers, much like Detroit does, that can beat you. When Jameson Williams playing, now mind you, they're winning games and he's been out, and he's a huge weapon for them.
Right.
But they have him as the deep guy. And then they have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is, I don't want to say a possession guy, but he knows where the sticks are. He gets himself open. He can,
Well, it's similar to the Colts back in the day where, Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne. One guy was pulling off the top of the defense. The other guy was manipulating the underneath. The same concept for these teams as well. You have the Eagles and the Lions who have a similar concept.
But I think the Lions do it a little better. I do think, like right now, but I think Philly's pass offense is getting there. I think it is, and this coincides with adding more protection. I'm interested to see with Dallas Goedert, like he's a good blocking tight end, so I'm not saying that that's going to diminish, but I feel like they have a little good thing going right now with Calcaterra and Stoll. Stoll's coming in. He's helping them in the pass blocking. Calcaterra has done a good job. Goddard can do both, so I'm interested to see if that helps the offense go to another level, or is it going to be a clunky fit to try to fit him back in, get him running routes? I don't know.
So maybe it's less about them having another punch than it is about maybe them just getting healthy.
No question. I think we're judging them off of what we've seen, and a lot of what we've seen is a team that hasn't been 100%.
Jeff Saturday's response to Dominique Foxworth this morning on Get Up is he thinks that we need to give the Eagles more credit. Here's Jeff Saturday this morning.
They are now running the ball on a 2-to-1 ratio in early downs, which makes their third downs manageable. They have found the formula. It keeps their defense off the field. They've only given up 4 touchdowns against bad teams, whatever you want to say. But they've run the ball 40-plus times in 4 games for almost 200 yards. If this were the Detroit Lions, we're singing their praises. They know exactly who they are. They're finally finding their form.
All right, so he's taking my side. So Foxworth said this, and that was the response
from Saturday.
Okay, that makes sense. I feel vindicated. Dashboard confessional.
That's nice. Good pull by you.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not really surprised knowing your music diversity. So let me ask you this. Taking the Sirianni thing out of it, maybe it is just Sirianni, but why is it that people want to give the Lions credit and the Eagles not credit? Is it just Sirianni?
Aesthetics of the victory. They're aggressive. They do what the Eagles do. They go for it on 4th down. They go for 2, but they're converting. That's the difference. They're converting. They're going for it on 4th down. They are, quote unquote, a little reckless, but they're converting.
Right. So it's like 2 cars racing, and one car gets to the finish line and wins, barely wins. The other car gets to the finish line and does it a little more cleanly. They both won the race the same exact way by bumping into the wall, but you choose one over the other because of the way it looked at the finish line.
I kind of got lost in that whole description there, but Detroit's offense.
Where's PG when I need him?
Detroit's offense has been healthier and cleaner. They have a better offensive line than Philadelphia does. They're one of the few teams.
Which is crazy because the Eagles used to be that team.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that you could say has a better offensive line than Philly does.
Which, again, it's wild to say that, but it's absolutely true. Like, if you watch Detroit, you realize that Jared Goff can cook barbecue ribs and have a good old time and, do anything he wants back there before he has to throw the ball. It's crazy.
Well, guess what? That's what you're up against, and that's why the whole pass rush thing is going to be, if you face them, you're going to need a way to get to the quarterback, and I don't know that they have enough pass rush to do it.
By the way, I'm pulling up 4th down attempts this year just to get an idea of what exactly the Eagles. So the Eagles have attempted on 4th down 17 times. They hit on almost 65%. Now I got to see what Detroit's at. Detroit has attempted 12 times, Mike, and they only hit on 58%. So Detroit.
Say that again.
So the Eagles have made 17 4th down attempts. They're hitting on 65%.
They've attempted 17 or they've converted 17?
They've attempted.
Okay.
But they've converted 65%.
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
And?
Detroit has attempted 12, but they've only converted 58. So now the aesthetic that Detroit does it better has been disproven. So again, why is Detroit?
It depends. I don't know what those conversions led to.
Okay, so you're saying
there's a difference between going for it on 4th down from the 45-yard line and it leads to a punt, or going for it on 4th down from the 45-yard line and it leads to a touchdown.
True. Now, I don't have that number in front of me, but I do think it's interesting that one team has attempted it more and converted more. The other team attempted a little less and converted less.
Yeah, listen, I don't have any problem at this stage saying I think there's more fluidity in Detroit's offense. Keep in mind, Ben Johnson's been the play caller there for the last couple of seasons, so they have continuity with the play caller.
Right.
They have continuity with not only the play caller but the talent. This is the second year that this offense has been together. They didn't add any new toys to this. They just got better. They just kept greasing the wheel here. They've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Jamar Gibbs, David Montgomery, the same offensive line, the same quarterback. Oh, and Ben Johnson came back. They should be better right now. This shouldn't be a surprise.
Right. It's like the Detroit Lions offense is like a golfer who wins the Masters the next year after finishing in the top 10 the year before. He just had another year to improve his craft.
You already sold it.
Speaking of selling it, I want to know if you're buying what Hembo this morning on Get Up Mike is telling you to buy, because he says now is the time, Mike Gill, to buy this stock.
The NBA season starts in earnest really around Christmas, and right now, these teams are still figuring out who they are, and all that really matters for the Sixers is that they secure a top 6 seed, and if Joel Embiid plays 50 games, we'll call it, they're going to do that. Joel Embiid is a top 5 player on the planet. Joel Embiid is going to play like a man possessed this season, when he plays, of course, and they're going to manage his load as well they should, and I think he and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey provide the sort of perfect complementary role definition to each other for this team to thrive.
Yeah, I heard him say that, and I agree with him. I told them about that with Paul. Yeah, I think that, look, I think Embiid and Paul George and Maxey complement each other very well. We haven't seen them play together yet, but the way they play, Maxey can get by his defender. He can, get to the basket, and if he ends up getting met. I think one of the problems with Maxey is he's a little smaller, so sometimes he gets met at the rim and he has to kick out. Now he has Paul George, which used to be Tobias Harris. I feel better about Paul George in that spot than I do Tobias Harris. I'm sorry, Tobias. I just feel that way. And
you're not wrong.
Right. No, of course I'm. But so now they have a real option on the kick out. If Joel Embiid gets doubled at the elbow, he now has a guy in the corner that's going to catch and shoot and can put the ball on the floor. They already, the other night, Paul George against the Phoenix Suns, if you watch any of that game, you saw a guy put the ball on the floor from the right wing, take the ball to the basket, get fouled, and, by the way, convert.
Right.
Tobias Harris couldn't walk, chew gum, dribble, and shoot. These are all big factors in being a very good player. He was an average player. He could catch and shoot from time to time, but he could not put the ball on the floor. He could not finish near the rim. Paul George can do both of those things, and that's just scratching the surface of why he's better than Tobias Harris.
I think the other thing with what Hembo said is the fact that he talked about how the NBA season doesn't really start until a certain point.
Christmas, yeah. I mean, and I think even that anymore might be – that's when it starts as a television product.
But I think that's an important element to remember in all this, is that it is November 6th.
Well, this goes back to what I said before is, everybody consumes sports a little differently. When you sit down on your couch to get ready for a game on that night, you want satisfaction. You want the result to be, I'm investing 2 hours of my life on you right now. I want to be rewarded for that with a victory. I don't want to sit here and waste my time watching you play like, dirt. I want to see a win. So I get it. I can understand that.
They want to be entertained.
Are you not entertained by the Sports Bash? It's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned, certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back, it's the Bet365 play of the day. And don't forget, Sixers, Clippers tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Maxey for three for the left side, and that's good. Maxey found the space, back-to-back threes. He's got 31.
It's Sixers Clippers tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. At Jersey Cow, everything is homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall flavors, bringing back popular classics while introducing some future favorites as well. For the best ice cream with constantly rotating flavors, come taste the best homemade delicious ice cream made right at Jersey Cow. Visit every day from noon till 10 at both Northfield and Brigantine locations. Ice cream, a year-round thing at Jersey Cow.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
A new era of chicken is here to stay, and it's not your parents' poultry. The Cantina Chicken menu from Taco Bell is slow roasted and perfectly seasoned. Take it tacoed up in a crispy white corn tortilla with cheese inside and out, or wrapped in a burrito with fresh purple cabbage and freshly prepared pico de gallo. However you like it, you'll never chicken the same way again. Get yours today at your nearest Taco Bell and join rewards to earn free food. Available at participating stores. Rewards points are earned on qualifying purchases. All items while supplies last. Subject to terms.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it.
800-385-6247. 800-385-6247. 800-385-6247. That's 800-385-6247.
At Progressive, we know there's a lot of things you can track. Steps, calories, heart rate, your pet steps, screen time, the whereabouts of your favorite celebrity, how long you slept, how long you didn't sleep, how long you thought about sleeping, how long you thought about sleeping. But none of these things could save you money, unlike Snapshot from Progressive, which customizes your rate based on how and how much you drive. It's much better for your bottom line than tracking your Cocker Spaniel's resting heart rate. So download the Progressive app today.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, it's time for the Bet365 play of the day. I got 3 plays for you today. I even give you a little bonus one. It's not going on my record, though, there, Josh. What's the updated standings?
You are 56-33.
56 wins, 33 losses. Sounds like Some buckaroonies for everybody out there. All right, you ready for the Bet365 plays of the day?
I like it. Let's go.
I'll go on Sixers tonight, plus 1.5. They are 8-0 against the spread when they've lost 2 games in a row. That has happened. They've lost 2 straight. They did cover last night as well. Or not last night.
The Suns game.
Monday night, yep. I took that. That was a 7-point line. They covered there. 1.5 tonight. I think they went outright tonight, actually.
Wow.
So I'd probably go Sixers on the money line if you want, but they are plus 1.5 tonight. If you want to go Sixers, Knicks minus 6.5. They are 15-0 against the spread since April of 2022 when they are a road favorite of 3 or more points. So when they go on the road and they're a big favorite, the Knicks tonight is where I'm going to go. A little college football action. Northern Illinois minus 2. They are 10-0 against the spread since 2018 in this spot. I like Norrill tonight. Northern Illinois. My bonus will play. Don't put this on my record, but if you like the Lakers tonight.
Just verify. Northern Illinois is what number?
Minus 2.
Minus 2. Thank you. All right, now you can give your bonus play without me writing it down.
Yeah, the bonus play. If you like the Lakers tonight, I wouldn't be against Lakers plus 1.5 against Memphis.
You wouldn't hate it.
I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with this. Caller number 7, 609-403-0973, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you are entered for this year's 99 Growlers party. 99 Growlers this year is at Mud Hen in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th. And you can be there if you're caller number 7 right now at 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You have a chance to win all sorts of tickets, including club box seats to see the Eagles play the Steelers at Lincoln Financial Field December 15th. We got Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, tickets to area concert events, and all sorts of events in South Jersey and the Philadelphia region. So, caller 7, good luck.
Ian Eagle here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Devin McCourty and I will bring you AFC North action to start Week 10 when the Ravens host the Bengals. Both scored 41 points in huge